Good evening. Call the meeting of April 2nd to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll of the council.
Councilman Fogarty?
Here.
Councilman Lawson?
Yeah.
Council Vice President Rigo?
Yeah.
Councilwoman Sousa?
Here.
Council President Rodrick?
Here, with the record show, all 5 council members are present. Please stand for the pledge. Thank you all. The only item we're going to move up on the agenda, page 4, items 5, 7, and 8, we have a couple of proclamations. Madam Clerk, if you want to introduce the proclamations and council member who's sponsoring them.
Autism Awareness Month, Council Vice President Rigo?
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Clerk. This is something that's very dear and near to my heart. Most of you know I have a child who's autistic, and I noticed last year when the city sent out their monthly recognition, it wasn't there. And unfortunately, again, this year, it wasn't there. And it really shocks me, and it bothers me that maybe this population doesn't do good on Facebook, but they deserve to be recognized. And we have a proclamation, and we also will have a month, we'll have the autism awareness flag up in our city council chamber again this year. And hopefully next year, the city can take more of an active role in this. But I do want to commend former Fire Chief Glenn Quick, and I hope his successor follows along in his footsteps in this in regards to his men and women training. And I also would like to thank Chief Francisconi because of his involvement with his men and women being involved in the autism and having them being trained. They have taken the lead. They go to all the events. And I think it's very important that this population, they might be silent and they might not vote, but they are human beings and they deserve to be recognized. Thank you.
Thank you. You have the proclamation. We can hand that out to whomever. Thank you, Council Vice President. Next proclamation, Madam Clerk.
National Poetry Month, Councilwoman Sousa?
Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and, and read the proclamation aloud, and then I'm going to ask a couple of guests to come up and read some poetry for the council. Whereas the Academy of American Poets established the month of April as the National Poetry Month in 1996 to celebrate the legacy and ongoing achievements of poets in the United States. Introducing the pleasures and benefits of reading poetry brings poets and poetry to the public in an immediate and invocational way, and making poetry an important part of children's education. Whereas National Poetry Month has become an event to inspire the next generation of readers, with thousands of grade school and high school students participating in Poems in Your Pocket Day. Whereas the City of East Providence, where the arts are celebrated and education is inspiring, arts and education come together in our Poetry Out Loud team, and honored by the City Council, East Providence. This is the month of poetry, where in recognition, our hand, the seal of the city, set forth today, the month of poetry. So I'd like to welcome a couple of students, Miana Gonzalez McCutcheon. She's an East Providence High School senior, to come and read a poem that she has chosen.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
I chose Alone by Edgar Allan Poe. From childhood's hour, I have not been, as others were, I have not seen. As others saw, I could not bring my passions from a common spring. From the same source I have not taken, my sorrow I could not awaken. My heart to joy at the same tone. All I loved alone. In my childhood, in the dawn of a most stormy life, was drawn from every depth of good and ill, the mystery which binds me still, the torrent or the fountain, the red cliff off the mountain, from the sun that round me rolled in its autumn tint of gold, from the lightning in the sky as it passed me flying by, from the thunder and the storm, and the cloud that took the form. The rest of heaven was blue, of a demon in my view. Thank you.
That was great. Thank you, Mariana. And then our second reader from Poetry Aloud competitor, Camille Cabral Bennett.
Welcome, Camille, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. This is a personal piece of mine that I also read at Poetry Out Loud, and unfortunately, it goes untitled. The week before, I'm given an invitation, a chance to give elevation to an odd or interesting situation where I watch my own fixation of your attention leaving my station. But it's fine, I cope, saving myself from a sticky, slippery slope. But where do I go when I'm forced to find myself? Forced to not mind. Well, I fell. Left flailing on the floor, scorned by an uproar that tore through the core of the lore of a time I never thought to abhor, and it kinda left me sore. Now that sounded quite similar, and not to be repetitious, but sustained suspicions led to vicious visions devoid of peaceful provisions, with no talk of wrong decisions. To cut the rope, knot and tie, not a look in the eye as I slip into the sky, tired and tumbling through touching times turned to trash. Not a waste of time, but now unable to find trust in thin social lies, in the thin lies of social ties. And now the soul will tell me why. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was amazing. Very talented high school students that we have here in East Providence.
If you want to both come back up and accept a written proclamation. Stay here.
Open it with a poem.
Open it, yeah, that's.
Again, thank you for being here. We do not expect you to stay, so please feel free to head home. You're welcome. Thank you. Not for you, Lawson. There's no,
There's one more.
one more, okay.
National Small Business Week, sponsored by the City Council.
That's correct. Yeah, if you want to just mention that.
City Council proclamation, National Small Business Week, whereas small businesses remain the heartbeat of our communities and the American economy, employing more than half of our nation's workers, inventing and innovating to launch new technologies and create new American-led industries, enriching our main streets, making parts and products in America to fuel our supply chains, and building our nation's infrastructure. And whereas when we support small businesses, jobs are created in local communities, preserve their unique culture. Whereas the President of the United States has proclaimed National Small Business Week every year since 1963 to highlight the programs and services available to entrepreneurs through the U.S. Small Business Administration and other government agencies. The City Council of East Providence proclaims April 30th to May 6, 2024 National Small Business Week in the City of East Providence.
Thank you. And I think there'll be more news coming out about that. There aren't any more formal proclamations, but I do have one introduction. I'd like to take the liberty to introduce her and just have her wave and we can say hello. She is a graduate of East Providence High School, went on to become a renowned attorney, a child advocate for the state of Rhode Island, saving hundreds, maybe thousands of lives of children. And then what I like to think a special accolade among many others was she was inducted into the East Providence High School Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, she didn't feel well that year, couldn't make the induction, and had a brave battle with some illness, but she's back and doing well. Would you please welcome, and I'd like her to wave a stand if you'd like to, Jennifer Griffith. Thank you for being here. Okay, now we can resume the regular order of business, Madam Clerk. Yes, according to Rhode Island laws 42-46-5, A and 2, we will convene in an executive session. We have just a couple of items on the agenda. It does list an update to the Rumford Motor Inn versus City of East Providence. There is no update on that. There is a court date coming up next week, so there's no need for us to discuss that tonight in executive session. But we do have some claims. Richard Kirby versus the City of East Providence, Pace Organization of Rhode Island. And so under Rhode Island statute, we will convene. Is there a motion to convene into executive session at this time?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. We'll recess and go into executive session, and this should not take too long. We will be right back. You want to announce that or why you're not going? Or? No, but people are going to see you. there a motion to?
moved.
Motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilman Fogarty. Resume regular attendance. All in favor? Aye. There a motion to seal the minutes of the executive session?
Moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilman Souza. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have that. 5-0. Madam Clerk, if you want to continue.
Consent calendar, council journals, March 5th, 2024, regular meeting minutes, March 5th, 2024, executive meeting minutes, March 19th, 2024, regular meeting minutes. Receive a letter from the CRMC, a public notice as it relates to a 3-day beach vehicle permit, section 1.5.12 to eliminate the fourth extension request, and tax abatements 2023 for a total of $20.32.
Motion.
Accept.
Motion by Council Vice President Rego to accept.
Second.
Councilman Lawson, seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next item.
You have the option to bundle the licenses. We have 2 one-day entertainment licenses under non-public hearings.
Motion to approve. Bundling of number 1 and number 2.
Motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilman Fogarty to bundle C1 and C2, the Bayview and Crescent Park licenses. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Now make a motion to, these are ongoing things that happen every year, so make a motion to approve.
Motion by Councilman Lawson to approve the same 2 items. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Fogarty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Under public hearing for a dance and entertainment license, applicant Isaac De Silva Nito, business Mina's Cafe 2. The business address is 315 Waterman Avenue, zip code 02914.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Council President, I think most of the people who signed up for public comment was for this issue too. So now would be.
Sure,
when
we
they
could
would-
combine that. Now, this
Yeah,
is,
the public hearing would be.
is a public hearing. Is the applicant present? Yes, want to come forward, please? Just come to the podium and, Mike, is that button on? Hi, welcome. Just give your name and address for the record and briefly describe your request.
My name is Manuel Da Silva, 315 Waterman Ave, East Providence. I made a little sketch here. So we're applying today. When we first moved to Providence here, we invested quite a good money in the place. I think we're just trying to pass by the struggle, especially after the bridge. It got worse the first couple of years for the restaurant business, a little tough. I think we're not trying to upset any of our neighbors. We own a second location in Mass for over 20 years. We have an amazing relationship with all of our neighbors. This is not our goal. I think if we ever upset any, feel free to come talk. We'll be more than happy to adjust, and this is what we're here for. I think we're just trying to have the same rights, all the other restaurants nearby. We have few examples, Scavs on Broadway, Lucky's, the Locals, Denise. There's quite a good amount of restaurants. When we first bought the place, they used to have the entertainment license. At the time, I think we're just trying to be treated fairly, just like all the others. And I think if we fail to do so, we have to be responsible for it. That's not our goal.
So for clarification, this is the building that some people will recall the former Joseph's Restaurant. That's your building now. I know it was something
Across the
else
street from-
after that.
Yes.
Right, and so you're looking, this is entertainment, you already are operating.
We are operating a Brazilian steakhouse, and just our culture is like live music. Some folks like to get up and dance. We're not trying to become a nightclub or anything like that. That's not our goal.
And this is strictly indoor.
indoor, 100% indoor, no outdoor sounds. We don't want it to be loud on the outside, none of that.
Right. And the time, Mr. Solicitor, the time is standard for everyone, right?
And it, like everybody else, I don't want it.
At 1 a.m.?
Yep, we don't want anything special or anything.
Right,
Runs concurrent with the liquor license closing,
okay.
whichever.
Unless you have something else to add, I'd ask the council.
I just want to make the last time I was absent for that, you were asking for a 2 a.m. license. That's why it didn't get approved.
No, and
So it wasn't like this council was blocking.
no, it was my brother, and I apologize for that. This
Okay.
is not
I
our,
just want to very clearly
I
state.
appreciate it, and I just want to apologize for that as well.
No worries, no worries. I have no further comments at this time. I
Rest of
will
the
say though,
council-
we do have people that
Yeah, well,
they're
I'm going to
concerned, the
open it.
neighbors. So I'm
No,
glad
no,
to hear you
please.
say you're
No,
willing,
no.
willing to listen to them and work.
The other our location, we've been there for 21 years. We have an amazing relationship with every single one. We have the license over there as well, and that's not our goal. It happened in the past. A tenant in the front unit, they came talk to us. Can we do this? Absolutely. We're here to be part of the town and be part of the neighborhood.
And we love entertainment. We love our local establishments. So
So if the rest of the council wants to withhold comment until after, I would open this up now as a public hearing and invite anyone here to speak on this issue, either for or against. Just need to come forward and give your name and address for the record. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Just name and address.
Curly Braga, 10 Gurney Street. First, I'd like to actually commend the city for unanimously voting on March 5th on the resolution urging the governor and the assembly to include money in the state budget for business owners who have suffered during the closure of the bill. I think that's something, and that tells us that the city is looking out for small businesses and looking out for residents. It does send a message, so that is very much appreciated.
Thank you.
I do have a couple of questions in
Sure.
regards to the, so when this application comes through, it has to go through the zoning officer approval before it even reaches here. So is that going through zoning? before it
Yes.
comes through here?
I
Everything.
think it's already zoned for that.
That's
Yeah,
what
this
it
is
Yeah,
not
so
a
I don't think
zoning
there was a
change.
zoning change.
And the chief of police also has to approve this.
Mhm.
That is a concern, the one way on Waterman Avenue. And we've all at one time or another encountered cars coming out and going down the opposite road. And that is a concern also. It has nothing to do with your business, but it is a concern with late night exiting out of that street. And that is something that Council Anna Souza was part of your denial last year, was that, and also there's no buffer for sound. And also, the building inspector, I assume, would have to do an inspection to make sure that there's sound, this building was approved for sound and entertainment.
I'm not sure about inspection on sound. I mean, every other restaurant that has this, they're properly zoned to begin with. They go through all of the normal requirements. Our city clerk's office, in general, before something comes to us, make sure police, fire, anything that's required by law. This is not for outdoors and noise or entertainment. So I think the only question before us is the actual entertainment license. Everything else is in order, and of course, whatever comments that you have. And that, I mean, the traffic, that Six Corners is notoriously an issue. The state does not want to address it. I mean, every business has to live with that. At least the cars are coming out and going one way.
We hope,
Well, we hope.
late at night.
They're not pulling out right, left. You know, you have to go to the right when you come out of that parking lot. And there are two lots.
We
We hope, yeah, we hope
Is there a sign?
in every
one
location.
way? Is there a sign? I can't recall. If there's a sign as you're exiting the restaurant, is there a sign that says one way? Do you recall that? You don't think there is? Okay, that might be helpful. So, so my next question is, on the, see, there's another question again about the hours. On your application for this time, it says your current hours are 11 to 8 p.m. And then it goes on the application for this license, it also adds, what are the additional hours of operation are you requesting? And it says none. I'm confused now. Your application says none.
The license is as long as they're open. So they're legally allowed to be open till 1 p.m. 1 a.m.
Okay,
So they're allowed to
that was
have,
an incorrect answer on their part when they applied for this. But it says here, what are the additional hours of operation are you requesting? None. What is, I'm kind of confused. There's above it says 11 to 8.
There's a separate license for additional hours which they did not apply for. However, with their victualling and liquor license, they are able to operate until 1 a.m. just by license.
By the license that they
Unrelated to the
currently
dance
hold.
and entertainment. They're allowed to be open.
Okay. So is the entertainment license always dance and entertainment? Or are they separate? Is there an entertainment license and is there a dance entertainment?
There's one license, it's called a dance and
And entertainment. So everyone in the city who has live music, for example, Myrtle,
We have the same,
they have the same dance and entertainment.
yes.
That, okay. So now, last year it was denied, and Council Anna Souza stated that your concern was the buffer and the exiting of the restaurant late at night. We know that people eat until 10 o'clock, sometimes the kitchen closes at 10, and we know that we're serving liquor after that. So what has changed this year, other than I understand that the business is, suffering, so are the residents also suffering? Because let's face it, this has been very challenging for the city with the bridge closing for everyone, not just small businesses, the residents, people who are at home or are in need of care. Their services are being delayed. So it's everyone is suffering. And we are small business. I believe in small businesses. We support small business. We are the heart of a town, a city. We support that. And we always, that's who we.
I think one of the reasons the buffer became an issue was because there was also a request for outdoor seating along with potential music outdoors, and that was a great concern because they wanted to do it in the front of the restaurant, which was facing the neighbors, versus the previous owners had it on the back end, which then gave a buffer to the community where they wanted it was not giving that same privacy or reduction of noise to the neighbors. So that was one of the issues with the outside and the noise denial.
Okay.
I will say with the road, that's not on the business, that's on us to enforce.
So will they
That-
sign be put up?
We can definitely request that a no left turn leaving their parking lot be put up. Absolutely, but that's not on them to enforce traffic.
I understand that, but it was something that was.
Mhm. Absolutely, yeah, we should look into a no left turn as people are leaving there.
One way right
Mhm.
on the street as their people are exiting.
Absolutely.
That'd be most helpful because those are the questions that I had. I appreciate you listening, and I hope we make a decision for the neighbors and for Mr. Nato and Mr. De Silva.
Thank you.
Question for the clerk, please. Liquor license and entertainment license is separate, but pizza place now. Just raising a question for my own clarification here. Has the police chief signed off on the entertainment license? You have a copy of this application.
They are a business that is already in operation, so they have been signed off on
For the liquor license,
for a liquor license for
Yeah.
operating.
but the entertainment license, it's separate. Mike just said they're separate things.
It,
So has the police department signed off on the entertainment license?
they can't sign off on that because, well, they have not yet signed off on that because there is an advertising element to this application that needed to come before you.
But if the advertisement hasn't been done, why are we sitting here tonight?
No, the advertising was done.
I just want to make sure everything's in order.
Yep, the advertising was done and it has been sent to the police department.
They haven't signed off on it.
This is a public hearing. Anyone else in the public, please
You.
come forward and name and address.
Good afternoon. I live at 10 Church Street. I understand Flowers being a business. Everybody opens up any kind of business. They do their best to prime their client. Allow just room for a moment. If there's a situation as of this, and there's a meeting called. If the room fills up with people, everybody's talking out of control. How do you handle this? Who would handle this?
Are you talking about a room capacity?
I'm talking about a room capacity far as entertainment, music, people drinking, people partying, people eating. It's a noise. It's a noise, whereas you say it's inside, but we hear it outside. How is that controlled?
Well, my response is every restaurant, bar in the city has posted or should have posted room capacity. Now you say, how do you control that? You don't have a police officer stationed in every restaurant in the city every hour they're open. So the way that it's controlled, my opinion is if someone sees a problem or an abuse, they call the police or the fire department and they would go out and say the room capacity is 99 people and it looks like you've got 300 in here. So they'll close the place or disperse people out. It gets handled on a case by case basis. So there has to be a reason or a complaint. I don't know what you're asking. It's more than that. If you're asking any other control, I mean, there are laws, there are capacities to the room. I mean, I don't want to belabor this. The fire chief is here. We could ask him how they handle it. But I'm sure if there's a complaint phoned in by anybody, you're sitting in a restaurant and you feel unsafe and you look around and you make a phone call to the fire department, the police department, somebody will come out and enforce the law.
I'm not speaking of overcapacity. If the room is licensed by this amount of 50 people, the 50 people speaking all at once with music playing, they're within their limits. They can speak, they can say, they can do, they can act accordingly. But it's the noise that's arising above the 50 people. There's nothing you can do about that.
Well, I've been in
I'm
restaurants.
hearing
I'm
that-
sorry.
I'm hearing that every night. And I got to get up at 5 in the morning Where's my rest? I can't call the police and look, I gotta get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. They're making noise next door. They're licensed to make noise next door.
No,
No, there is a law.
You can call.
You can call. There is a noise ordinance in the city. Now, I've been in restaurants where there is no music and it's noisy. People are talking. What do you do? I've never had it so noisy that, it became a problem. But there is a noise ordinance on the books. I have called in a particular neighborhood when there was noise coming from a house. It turned out someone had music turned up so loud that, we all know some of that music we hear coming from Providence in the summertime. It was that kind of loud. The police came out and they handled it and they had the person shut off the music. So there are laws on the books. There is an ordinance in the city. If you find you're hearing noise that's above the decibel level that is acceptable, you can call and they will come out.
It's just-
That's a good question. I'm trying to just be responsive. Yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Anyone else like to speak?
Hi, my name's Rudy Boker. I live at 9 Cole Street. I'm buffed right on where the restaurant is.
Welcome.
I've lived there for 40 years. For 40 years, it's been a restaurant. It started with Theo's. It went to Joseph's. It went to Cattails. It went to Paquette, and now we have the restaurant there. I don't personally care what goes on in there. What I care about, if now they're going by 9 o'clock, it's empty, the parking lot. If they're going to get music and entertainment, I'm sure they're going to be open till 1 o'clock. And then I'm worried about what's going to happen when that place closes. My bedroom window is right there. The fence the fence was put up, I believe, by Joseph. The fence is all falling apart. I've been trying to fix it myself, but it's at the point now it's bad. But anyways, my point is what happens after. I don't care what they do in the restaurant, but what happens when they close? And now they stay open till 1. What happens then?
Again, just my suggestion that case by case, you call on the, you shouldn't have to wake up and make the call, but if it's that bad,
Well, I'm not saying
That
it's
it-
going to be, but
right,
that's my concern. I
Yeah.
want them to make a living or, be
Sure.
successful. And why, I still can't understand. Why is it even an issue? If they can stay open till 1 o'clock anyways, if they can have music anyways, then why am I here? Why are we here?
well, restaurants do need an entertainment license. That's an ordinance. That's what it's all about. They need that, otherwise,
Live music.
for live music, right? They could play a recording, a tape recording, loud as they want, which you probably wouldn't like at all. But for live music, it's regulated. They have to have a license.
Okay, I mean,
They need to do what everyone else in the city is
but then
doing.
if they get the license, then it's no longer really a restaurant, is it?
Oh, sure it is, yeah.
It is?
Just look at the other restaurants in the city that have live music.
Yeah, okay. All right.
I'm just suggesting we be consistent.
So I think, one of the questions that I actually have for Mr. De Silva in regards to this, most of the businesses in the city that have a dance and entertainment license are either classified as a tavern, a bar. We do have a couple of restaurants, but those restaurants are bigger venues that host events, larger events. So I guess my question would be, Mr. De Silva, are you looking to host events or rent your restaurant out for parties to people? You can step up to the mic to answer that question, because restaurants like Riviera, Madeira Restaurant, those have big capacities where you rent the hall or sections of the restaurant and have private events where they have the live music and dance. They don't typically have it inside their restaurant where people are eating. It's usually away. And I know places like Udinese that are very small, they do fado, where it's, again, just a small amount, just one person entertaining, and it's not until 1 a.m. typically.
It's the same idea. I feel like the type of events we do now, it's more of a birthday party or a small gathering of a wedding. Today we just closed a small wedding. I think it was 60 people. Oh, can we put live music? No, we cannot. When we do events, I don't think the idea is like close the place for an event. It's more small gatherings. I think that's, if I answer your question correctly, or maybe I missed it.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to understand if you're using your facility to host small parties or events
I mean,
where you
I
would be
hope.
requiring, where you would be looking to get the entertainment and dance component in.
No, I
Because
don't
again,
think we don't even have the market for that right now. I'm being honest. Right now, a lot of the days we're struggling a little bit with to keep up with everything. So we're hoping to get that extra business. I think it's like the word he used, case by case. We're not far away from being that. I don't think it crossed my mind to have that at all. Right now, we're just trying to improve a little bit to try to make it.
so just a hypothetical then, if you were to be approved for this license in the next 30 days, what would that look like for you to use that license?
I think we're just trying to improve the business a little bit. We're not trying to
But how?
hope that would attract new customers and improve the business
How? So having a piece of paper that says that you have a license and entertainment.
with music.
Right, so more specifically is what I'm trying to get at. So you could have stereo music playing, and that's music for your customers. Are you
Put
looking
me as
for
an example. Let's
for
say I
live
go-
entertainment? Are you looking to have live entertainment at your restaurant?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's what I mean
Oh,
by
sorry,
being
I missed
more
the
specific.
question.
What are you going to
I
have a
think
DJ? Are you going to have somebody
No, I think
singing?
more
Are
of
you
a
gonna have
live
little
music,
band?
more of an acoustic. I think, like, let's say when you said the fados,
Mhm,
you go. I like to watch. I like to participate. I like to enjoy and have fun with my wife.
mhm.
I think that's the idea of when I go out to a restaurant with the live music. I can get up. I can dance before I come back, sit and eat my food. I think that it can be a plus.
Can I,
Yes, Councilman Lawson.
I just want to add, for those concerned, this is from our charter, the city council. We have the power to grant, suspend, or revoke a license. So if we were to approve, if anything was happening that was detriment to the neighborhood community, we have the power to have the police and others look into the situation, and if it appears that they're not acting in good faith, we have the power to take away the license as well. So we are very open for businesses to do what they can, but we're also townies. We grew up here. We don't want disruptions in our neighborhood. So we do have the power to control if things are getting out of hand. I don't get the feeling that it's going to get out of hand here, but to alleviate your concerns, we do have the ability to act in case something does get out of hand.
Council Rigo.
Question for the clerk. Can you just clarify my last question about the process without the police sign off on there? I know myself and Councilwoman Souza met with you and the licensing clerks, Stephanie Mello, on this process. So right now, this would be a two-step process.
That's
If I-
right. So, the whole licensing process has been under review for a few months now, and it's almost done getting wrapped up. We actually have a meeting with Councilman Lawson on Friday to review some additional details and then possibly putting it back on the docket. I'm not sure. But what So in the March 5th meeting, you all had expressed that you wanted to be the final sign off on all licenses. And so we reversed the application process in the online portal. So the applications that came before you earlier, the one-day entertainments, are final and have all been signed off on. But when we met in a subcommittee, for lack of better description, we alerted you to the advertising requirements. And so while we're doing this review process, what we had decided on was that licenses requiring advertisement would go onto the docket in the normal time frame that they do with the 3 weeks. And then when police and fire, if they hadn't already signed off on it, it would be relisted on the docket under the consent agenda as a final approval to come before the council. So that's how we're kind of in an in-between stage of solidifying that. So that's where this license fell.
When you answered at first and I asked about the police sign off, it resonated in my head. Councilwoman Souza and myself were there, and I just wanted to have some clarification for the remaining 3 council people as to what the process is at this time.
And to be honest, I didn't check on the specific license today. They may have been signed off today. I could excuse myself from the meeting and go check the portal. But when I put this on the docket on Thursday, it hadn't been signed off yet. It had just been sent to police and fire.
So I think my thought on that question is, while we are in flux, we're still having final meetings. We're getting together again Friday. I think I'm going to join you, Councilman, with that we still need to be consistent with what we do for every other establishment in the city. And in terms of problems and abuse, as Councilman Lawson said, we react quickly. The police come out quickly if there's a problem. Putting a sign on the sidewalk that says turn right is an easy fix. You know, we can get that done right away. I think by now, 6 Corners has been like that for so long, and most people know.
No, they
But
don't.
if there are
Don't.
reports of, hang on, if there are reports of cars
Close.
going the wrong way into 6 Corners, I hope our police are being called about it. I haven't heard about it yet. But so there are ways to handle these things. Anyway,
I do
Those
agree.
reverse spikes. You know, you
Yeah.
can go one way, not the other.
I do agree, if we can, which I don't know, about putting signs up in a timely manner would be helpful. And I have asked multiple times if we could get the red flashing lights like they have on the on-ramps so that, or off-ramps, so that people aren't going the opposite direction, but we still don't have those in certain locations, so I don't know if they're back ordered or just pricey. But I think, again, signage is really important so people can see and know, especially those coming from out of the city who maybe are friends and families of the business owners that travel to their other restaurant and aren't familiar with our city, aren't making those traffic errors by accident. The second thing I would propose, again, the council is business friendly. The community and residents are business friendly. We want to support all of our businesses, but being mindful of where businesses are located and how they impact neighborhoods because some of them are set more into a neighborhood versus on the outskirts of a neighborhood. I would propose for this license to have some stipulations just as a trial, again, in good faith to the neighbors and to the business owner to give them an opportunity to expand their business and generate more revenue and be successful in the community. I would say to limit, we'll do a 6-month trial where in 6 months come before the council again for a full license. If there are no issues that arise within the 6 months of operating with the entertainment license, and that we perhaps start with a weekend, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday license, and see how that goes. Again, if it's during the week, then you're interfering with people's work schedule and sleep. And I think weekends are reasonable. That's when most of the stuff or entertainment is usually happening anyway. So I find that that is a reasonable give for both. So it, kind of helps both parties so that one is not getting left unheard or feels like they're not being justified in this particular license. Because again, we're all here for the same reasons, to enjoy and live a prosperous life and be successful in our community. So that's my suggestion for this license, or my motion to approve the license contingent on the approval from the police, the sign off from the police chief, and that it be limited to Friday, Saturday, Sunday, for a period of 6 months, at which time it will come before the council again for reconsideration for full license.
I want to continue with the public hearing. I would just say, whether it's 6 months, it could be 22 months. When the problem arises, we can deal with it. I would not want to support limiting it to 2 or 3 days. What's the purpose? If they don't want to use it on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, that's up to the business. Why would we, again, treat them differently than other businesses? It doesn't.
That's my suggestion.
I'm not sure our license can say that. We can add stipulations, but we've never done it before.
I believe you could do it if you wanted to.
So again, the reason that I'm giving these stipulations is because the residents that live directly abutting that property have grave concerns about it. So it's a medium. It's seeing people halfway on both parts. I don't live next door to it. None of us live next door to it. So we're not directly affected by it, but the people who live there are. So that's my reasoning.
I'd be fine with a 6-month review, but not with the
Yeah.
day limitations.
That's what I would
Yeah.
say. The 6 months to me will be a moot point, because
I'm willing to vote.
what
on the
happens
full
after
now,
the
but
6 months? If there's
Out
a
of
problem.
courtesy, I'm willing to 6 months, but.
Let's finish I see another hand out there. If someone wants to add something different, you want to come forward? Welcome. The mic is on. Just name and address.
Christina Andrews, 11 Gurney. I live at 11 Gurney Street. My issue is with the entertainment and the dancing. Is it going to be all inside and the outside speakers turned off?
My understanding is all inside, no outside speakers at all.
Okay, I've had issues with that.
Right, and they admitted there was some errors with workers the last time they were before us. Left an outdoor speaker on, and they acknowledge whether they did it intentionally or not. I don't know. I wasn't there. Speaking of not being there, and let me say it's obvious, I think by my comments, how I'm leaning here. Let me say I have never been there. I never met the gentleman, the owner, until the other night when we had a business gathering in the city where we were trying to help small businesses. And we all met at the Riviera, and it was a tremendous response. And I then talked to this gentleman about this whole issue. So I have no stake in this. I would like to go there someday. I've never been there. Yeah, I missed food. So that's where I'm coming from. If the conspiracy theorists out there are wondering, I have no other no other stake in this game. And I think that if there are abuses, we'll like we would do with any other business. We have another business in the city we're in court with now. We will move when it's brought to our attention. We certainly will be there to help the neighborhood. Let us know.
Outside dining is facing Gurney Street. Last summer, because it rained so much, we did not have an issue. But the summer before, when it was used, I could not even open windows in my house. And it's not because of the music. It's because of all the noise coming from the patron. It's like they're sitting in the parking lot facing my house. So that's my issue.
Thank you. Anyone else like to add? Yes, sir.
Good evening. Good evening.
Welcome. Thank you.
Frederick Shanley, 17 Cole Street. My house is right beside the Bocas who abut the property of the restaurant. A lot of my concerns have been addressed already by other people not before me. But some of my concerns are, as the lady just stated, noise factor from people. When people retire at the end of the night leaving, they're loud. At night, you have your windows open. I'm probably maybe 40 yards away. I can hear literally every word they say. They're not trying to be quiet, but even if they were, you can still hear it because at night everything just travels. I've seen a lot of urination, walking across the street. You can't call the police on this. Police aren't even going to show up. They've got more important things to do. They also know by the time they get there, the people are gone.
Our police will show up when called.
Okay, they'll show up and they'll say, what happened? I'll say, well, about 10 minutes ago, a man was urinating over here. Who was it? I don't know who it was. I don't know who the car was. You don't really want to confront these people because you don't know who you're dealing with. They see you walk back to your house. It's like, okay, he lives right there. Whatever. I don't know. I'm not trying to be paranoid. I'm just, we try not to cause trouble. Again, the noise factor is something, and I'm just wondering when the concerns of the taxpayers who are the closest are going to have a voice. We've been there for many, many, many years. And I'm hoping we have a voice that things just don't turn into, well, we need money in this city, we need revenue. And I'm all for that, like everybody else. So, small business, the whole 9 yards. But also we have to take, into account people who live right beside the place. I mean, I think we should have a say and a word in it. If it gets too loud, I mean, do you call the police and say, I can hear them talking? Or the police are going to show up and say, I don't know, those people laughing and talking, what do you want me to do? Well, I can hear them over my house. And they're going to be like, well, you know what? Close your window and shut up. I don't mean that, like the police are mean. I'm just saying there's really not a lot you can do to prove anything. And after a while, the police are going to get sick and tired of people calling. You're like, yeah, okay, we'll be there a little bit later on and stuff. Because they've got more important things to do. I understand. We all understand. And you hate to do that, just, oh, this person's urinating, this, Anyway, those are just my concerns, and I hope it's taken into account the people who live the closest and been there for quite a bit. Again, we have nothing against small business or the restaurant owner himself. Everyone's got to make a living, we understand that. But anyway, thank you very much.
Yep, understand. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else would like to speak in favor or against? At this point, I'll close the public hearing, go back to council for more discussion and or a motion. Councilwoman, if you want to make your motion.
I've already stated my motion.
You keeping the part in about the days, restricted days? Or is it more? I know you discussed it. I didn't hear it as a motion. So if you want to repeat the motion.
Sure. So the motion was to approve the license contingent on the approval of the police chief, limit it to a 6-month license where it would come before the council for approval again, 6 months from the date, and that it be limited to the weekend.
Motion is made. Is there a second as the motion was read? Ask one more time if there's a second as the motion was read.
Through the chair.
Councilman.
Are the people okay with the all-week license on the trial of the 6 month that live near there?
Okay, so this motion will fail. Do you want to reword the motion or?
I'll exclude the weekend restriction and just do it for the 6 months. And then it will have to come before, it will expire in 6 months from today.
It's gonna bring it to the point of when the elections and entertainment licenses come up. December 1st. December 1st or November? So I'm getting my wholesale licenses
I think it's
confused.
December.
Is it November or December?
So the liquor license would come up in November, and this license is a 1-year license, so it would be 1 year from now, but 6 months, yes.
We can look at it both on November 1st. They're almost on, this is April. At 6 months, October, we know they're making, we do everything. November 1, and come up sense that way. What's the,
But are they gonna have to come back and advertise and pay another fee? Because these are for a full year.
Yeah, I would hope not. If
Come
we're,
back in 6 months.
for
and
being
pay.
business friendly, we certainly don't want to charge them again. Just a review,
Yeah, it would be a review.
just a review.
November's 7 months, right? So
It's fine.
So if there is no police calls, no complaints, we need them to come back in? Or can we,
we'll put it on the docket, and they'll have the option to come before the council and show up or not be here, but it would go back on the docket.
Because it would give the public a chance to come in, say how they.
It's just a review.
my preference is just approving it.
in theory, this city, I mean, in theory, all the liquor licenses, they should come in front of the.
I get that.
Councils have been lackluster, but by state law, you have to be present.
Right. Well, now they already have it.
No, I'm saying,
I'm ready to vote.
Review on renewal.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm
So there's a
ready to go.
motion on the
All right, so that was the motion. Is there a second by Councilman Fogarty? All the council, Madam Clerk, you clear on the motion in the second?
Is it 6 months or 7 months?
November 1st.
November 1st and called a review. Okay. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilman Fogarty,
Aye.
Councilman Lawson,
Nay, I'm ready to approve the license as is regularly.
Council Vice President Rigo, Councilwoman Sousa,
Aye.
Council President Rodrick.
I want them to get to work, so aye. 4-1, I understand, Councilman Lawson, I'm with you on that, but we've got to take what we can take, so the motion passes 4-1. You're free to start entertainment according to this. I would want to ask, I'm just going to ask our communications director, Rezendi, if you would pass along this request. Would you tomorrow morning please send word to DPW Director Dan Borges to, as soon as practicable, have a sign put up that says right turn only. I know that, he's busy with bridge stuff, but as soon as he can, maybe 2 signs for each parking lot that they have there. And for those people who are not aware, right turn only, something to that effect. If you could pass that along from the council, that would be great.
And maybe a wrong way sign for those traveling the wrong way. At the Six Corners Island.
And another sign, don't talk loud while eating. No, I'm just being funny. Have to have some brevity or else, this bridge thing will drive us crazy. And good music. I would suggest the blues, if you could, a little bit of blues. That's good. And I want to hear you there singing.
Yeah, so hopefully you guys get to enjoy the restaurant and some of the entertainment that'll be there.
Thank you for coming out. Madam Clerk, next item on the agenda, please.
Thank you, Mr. De Silva. Good luck.
Thank you all. Good luck.
Under communications, we have Vintner Avenue Inclusive Playground, Chrissy Rossi.
Thanks. Yeah. Welcome. Name and address for the record.
Chrissy Rossi, 87 Shore Road in the Riverside.
Thank you.
Thank you. So tonight, I want to, first of all, thank you guys for hearing me on the Vintner Avenue Playground. This all started, and I gave you guys each a little handout. Started about 3 years ago. Sharon Shea's daughter was trying to get some improvements to the playground that Sharon played on, and then her daughter Taylor played on, and now her grandchildren playing on the same equipment. So it's been a good 30 years and no love for Vintner. So she wasn't getting anywhere with reaching out to the city, all different avenues that she had tried. So EP Kids jumped in. Said, we'll help you. Let's put some new playground equipment. So we started working on fundraising and looking for grants because this is going to be pricey. So immediately started fundraising, started looking for grants. I went to Bank of America, Citizens Bank. I went to all sorts, that Rhode Island Foundation, hit them all and got denied each time because EP Kids is a 501c3 and it's a municipal playground. They don't fund municipal. So I had no luck there. Then I spoke with someone at Sheldon Whitehouse's office and said, hey, have you tried looking on the DEM website? They usually have grants. I said, woo, all right. So I went on there and I found one for $400,000. In the meantime, I was working on the quote that I had gotten from Ultiplay. And this grant would have covered most of the project, which is a 100% inclusive. Now, I hear you guys. I do watch the meetings, even though I don't show up every time you have one. Inclusive playground versus ADA compliant. So ADA compliancy means you can access it. Inclusive means you are a child wheelchair bound. You can still roll up into the fun and have a good time with some typical peers. So I thought that was awesome. I reached out to Bill Faz. He was the planning director at the time. I said, Bill, look at this. I got a little grant going on here. Want to help me? He said, well, I can bring it to the mayor's office and see what he thinks. I said, well, I'll take what I can get, right? Bill brings it to the administration. I sit waiting for some kind of confirmation one way or the other. Next thing I know, this fun little $400,000 grant is on the docket by Mr. Rodricks and Mr. Cahoon at the time were on the council for Kent Field. Not Vintner, went on for Kent Field. And that hurt a lot. And I said, wow, okay. So we continued to fundraise. So to date, the last 3 years, EP Kids and all of the volunteers and all of the parents and neighbors, and we have raised $22,000, just about. We're a little bit short on 22,000, but the end of the month, we have another fundraiser coming because I had no knowledge that there was money coming down the pike for Sabin and Vintner and Hull Street. I had no idea. So I am pretty excited about that. A surprise, but yet it's on the docket for a I didn't even see a bid for this. So I can tell you the playground that I'm looking at 3 years ago was $550,000. Today it stands at over $1 million because we waited so long. So I had the Ultiplay guy, John, I had him go out and take a look at what it would look like if we scaled it back some. And then he hits me with the scaled back version of $1 million. I'm like, are you kidding me? So Ultiplay is the company. And I know I saw many of your faces at the school builds. We did community build put together by PTA parents. They raised the money. They built the playgrounds. We all did it together. I remember shoveling mulch with some of you. It saved a ton of money. There was no non-compete bids. There was no handoffs of anything. We did it as a community. And so much pride on each of those builds, so much. So I would like to ask you guys if you're going to actually approve a non-compete bid, because I asked Ultiplay, did you bid on it? We didn't know anything about it. Oh, okay. So I don't know if you're going to just put this through, if you're going to take a moment and find out how much it's going to cost. Did anybody have any knowledge of this before it hit the docket? Because I know I did not see it coming.
No. Patricia, do you want to give the background of how this came?
And I will say, being part of the construction team for multiple playgrounds, those playgrounds are strong.
Yeah.
They are well-built, and kids play on that have been playing on that for years without any issues. So I have confidence in volunteers
Oh, yeah.
that put that together.
I will say, Chrissy, 500,000, $1 million, probably out of our reach. However, with the money we got here, I'm all in with the special needs kids. You know, I spent 10 years of my life as a therapist with them, and they have a place in my heart. And Councilman Rigo, he already told a little bit of his story. So we're 1,000% in support. Well, like with anything in the city, money is a factor. So it looks like we got some money. So Mayor, if you want to explain how the Vintner,
Yes,
Sabin
sir.
Point and Hull Street came about?
Thank you, council members. I do want to share with you that I was pleasantly surprised when my CDBG director, David Baccarat, came to me recently. And he said, look, Mayor, I've got these funds that are required to be expended by a certain timeline, or else we're going to lose these funds. So he had some program income that had come in, and there was additional funds available. And I said, well, Dave, I'm not in the habit of giving federal dollars back. You know, we got to sit down and come up with a plan where we can put this money to good use. So we sat down immediately with Dan Borges and with David. David did his research, found out that it could be applied to playground equipment that were situated in certain census tracts. I had spoken to Councilman Lawson in the past about his desire to see Vintner upgraded. I had spoken to, actually, Councilwoman Souza had mentioned some things about some benches and some improvements that could happen on Hull Street. And so we immediately started putting together from the MPA. So we looked at the MPA, we went with O'Brien and Son. O'Brien and Son has done multiple projects for us. They did the splash pad. They're working on the splash pad in Riverside that Councilman Lawson is supporting. So they've got a track record of getting things done. By the way, they're the same ones that are doing, and the council approved at the last council meeting, an incredible, fully accessible, not just ADA compliant, fully accessible playground with a poured-in-place rubber ground at the Kent Park playground. That was Councilman Rigo that pushed that and made sure that he had put funding aside for fully accessible playground equipment. So I want to just make sure that the community knows and understands that sometimes these things happen where we had a windfall, we found out we had this money, we had to put it in play, and that's why we moved as quickly as we can. Now we, working with O'Brien and Son, have strict timelines for them to install and put this thing in place. The Vintner Avenue playground, we're dealing with a corrugated metal drainage pipe. Many of you know that area used to be called the Gully in Riverside. Way back in the day, still is, okay. You're from Riverside, I'm not. But I will say that there was a corrugated metal pipe that was put in place to cover up the gully back in the day. So we're looking and we're doing our due diligence to see where that corrugated metal pipe ends and where the concrete pipe goes, because it may be that it goes underneath the existing basketball court and the existing playground structure. So we're looking at that. Regardless, we'd like to get the council's support and approval on these resolutions so that we can order the equipment, have the equipment on hand. O'Brien and Son will be doing the installation of the equipment at the various parks. So we're excited about this opportunity. You know, it was a surprise that the money was there, and it's something that we're very excited about bringing to our community. I'd be happy to sit down and talk with Chrissy anytime to see how we can put to work the money that she's collected and raised over the years to add a piece of equipment at one of our local parks. Even if it's Vintner, we can still add something. We'd be happy to sit down with you and talk to you and see what we can get with that $22,000.
Can you guys tell us what equipment you're buying with the money for Vintner? What type of equipment?
Tricia, you have the list of everything?
Is it like the 4-base swings and one? Yeah, I'm looking. I see the one for Kent Heights. I don't see the one for,
The councilman, so good evening. That was sent, all three PDFs that have the plans and the contract were sent. They were sent in 3 separate emails just because they were 3 separate attachments.
no, that's my bad. It didn't get printed out. I forgot to print it. My bad.
I can forward it again if.
Yeah, I just would like to let the community know what's on the way, what we're looking to do. No, I don't. Is this the one for?
Oh, I have a question for the administration.
Oh.
Are you all done?
Yeah, go ahead.
We have $50,000 put aside last year for Lyle Bourne. And the only part of the city that isn't getting this new equipment, you know which one it is. So I'm wondering if we can get this,
Absolutely. Look, I think it's wonderful. We have the money set aside. That's a different pool of money. We'd be willing to
have
work
anything
with.
left over, we can combine it.
So the funds that we're using now need to go to, because the CDBG funds, they need to go to certain census tracts.
All right.
Dave Bacharach actually did the homework, and then he reached out to HUD to make sure that we can use the money where we're using it now.
Yeah, and obviously the first ward.
That's a different census tract. However, Councilman, you have my my word on the fact that we want to make improvements to Lyle Bourne. I know we discussed it. It's definitely going to get done.
So, Chrissy, I will get the equipment we're getting. Would you be open to purchasing a piece of equipment with EP Kids?
That's what we raised the money for,
Okay.
to upgrade it. Do we know how much is set aside for Vintner?
Let me grab, I'm sorry, I'm a mess up here, folks.
87,000. What are you planning to do with that? Because
Excuse me, could you use the podium, David? The amount is $87,445.90, and that's just for Vintner.
That's Vintner. Saving point is 158,789, and then Hull Street is 331,253.
So what we did is, and the reason why the pricing is so different is you're looking at replacing existing pieces of equipment with new modern equipment. Vintner is a small little pocket park with very little equipment on it now. I think this is a great opportunity for us to work with Ms. Rossi. If she wants to purchase something without the city being involved, she can go and purchase it directly with the vendor she's been working with. And we're happy to collaborate with her to get that installed at Vintner. So according to what I have here for Vintner Avenue, it is $85,017.74 for that project.
So is that including the cost of, so the cost to the vendor, to the O'Brien and Sons, along with the equipment to play on?
Yes, that includes the equipment and the installation.
You have the, no, I don't have the,
Has it right?
or the Vintner Ave. There was an attachment that said what kind of equipment's being ordered.
I don't think we're going to get enough playground put in. That's all. And is it going to be poured rubber?
No, that one's not going to be. So what adds to the cost? So the playground at Kent Park with poured in place rubber and multiple pieces of equipment is $588,000. And that's include installation and the poured rubber. The poured rubber drives up the cost. It's not inexpensive to use that poured rubber. So the Vintner Avenue playground, if we can find that, I'd love to.
I got it. So you're getting a play shaper, play structure
Hold on, can we have one person at a time? Councilman Lawson is going to describe.
So playground equipment is a play shaper play structure, which I'm assuming is what they crawl and walk through. A Rhapsody goblet from FRUM Junior. I have no idea. A Rhapsody kettle drum Junior. A Rhapsody warble chimes. And then a floor place 2-bass single post swing set with 2 belt seats, 1 full bucket, and 1 molded bucket. All right, so there's like no glider equipment for kids in chairs and stuff. Perforated backboard retrofit for installing on existing posts for the basketball equipment.
So Councilman, just so
So it looks like we're buying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces.
And it should be noted that when they design this, they have to have certain buffer zones around swings and things of that nature. And the park itself is not a large park. It's a very small park, but the equipment that's going on there is accessible by wheelchair so that children on wheelchairs can participate. And no, that's engineered wood chips, yes. The issue that we ran into is the funding that we have is the funding that we have for this project. And we needed to get this under contract and approved by the council as quickly as possible so we can execute and move forward on this.
What's the timeline to use the CBG funds?
Where's David?
Because I know at the Kent Heights, where we're spending almost 250,000, which I get, it's a bigger playground, but there's a whole fitness area that's including that special flooring, that surfacing that they're using for the playground. So I'm wondering, can we reallocate funds to Vintner to make the flooring there so that it is actually accessible and inclusive to people with children with special equipment?
The council wants to reallocate any ARPA funds they have on other projects. You can absolutely do that. That's within your authority.
Well, the police station just got a grant, so there may be leftover money there we can allocate to the playgrounds. That could be an option. We're just waiting to hear what the final number will be on the police station renovation.
In the meantime, we have 87,000, is it, plus 22,000. That's not a bad start for a very, very small
Yeah, we're not going to
neighborhood park.
to spite our face. We get an opportunity to
Yeah.
update.
So let's do what we can while we can.
Can we request that the resolution be brought up for a vote while we're talking about it now? Or
Sure. It's
Chrissy, do you have more that you want to provide?
No, but I really would like you guys to, if you can find more money. See, the thing that makes it inclusive is when you have a kid in a wheelchair, wants to roll up and play with his friends, and now he has to try and get his wheelchair through mulch. It is not conducive to fun play.
Totally get that.
And at Vintner, we got that weird rocky, sandy stuff over there. Don't know what that is. And we went to some list to find somebody to bid. These guys built every playground with us. They didn't even get a shot at bidding. Not even a shot. And that really, that bothers me a lot too. But if we could start small, which is what we're doing, obviously, the most important part is to get the kids who have mobility issues roll up with their pals and have fun. So once you guys have all of your stuff together, I'll take a look at it. And
we have a major investment in doing just that at Kent. And we cannot do it in every playground in the city.
Why not? There's handicapped children in every piece of the city.
Well,
one end to the other.
there's not funding to do all of that in every park, but we certainly have will make a major dent with Kent in the middle of the city and being very large, and Vintner in the southern end of the city. So little by little, we're getting done what was never done.
And that's awesome. But I mean, you can take a look at how unfriendly we are to people with mobility issues. Every day, I take a right to go up the street to work, Curtis Street, down by Central Ave. In the middle of what I like to call the wheelchair off-ramp, you have a telephone pole.
You know,
Nobody is going to get around this city unless we actually make a collective effort to think like that. It's important, not just for our children. We have adults with disabilities as well. I see them tooling up and down Bullocks Point Avenue every day.
Yep.
They have to ride in the road. So I thank you for rolling with this with me. I am appreciative for the 87. We will use our 22 and put in another fun piece of equipment for a child with a disability. And thank you.
Yep,
I
thank
will
you.
say, we got the ramp organization that table out here where chairs, at a minimum, pretty much our open spaces should have at least one of those. So people in a chair can sit with their friends and stuff, so.
So Councilman,
Absolutely.
while we're on the topic, do you want to move this resolution up
Yes.
forward now and that?
I would make a motion. I am a mess.
Let me just, while you're getting ready there, I'll read the heading. This resolution authorizes the mayor to enter into a contract with O'Brien and Sons for the installation and replacement of playground equipment at Sabin Point Park Playground, Vintner Avenue Playground, and Hull Street Playground. We've mentioned the numbers. One is Sabin Point, $158,789, $87,445.90 for Vintner Avenue Playground, and $85,017.74 for the Hull Street Playground, for a total cost of $331,253.54, funded by Community Development Block Grant Funds. Is that a motion to?
I'll make a motion that we approve this resolution. Investment in playgrounds, parks, and fields.
Second.
Very good.
Seconded by Councilman Fogarty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have that 5-0. Thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Rossi.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
Under public comment, we have Matt Vienna. The topic is ADUs.
That's not a public hearing, though, at that point. So if you wanted to speak on it, you'd have to do it now. That's right. That's not it's not legally a public hearing. That's just a council
Is it a resolution?
resolution of the council.
Did we skip public comment?
No, we're in the middle of that now. We're just asking the gentleman if he wants to speak. So if you want to say a couple things now about it, or you all set? Okay. Was there anyone else on the list?
Jennifer Griffith.
Jennifer, I think I saw her leave.
Avenue.
She's the person I introduced earlier and still dealing with some illness. I think she probably had to leave.
Lisa Goulet on Taunton Avenue Collaborative.
Lisa, I think, went with Jennifer, helped her leave. Anyone else? That's it.
Appointment to the Recreation Board, Scott Winter, sponsored Council President Roderick.
These next few appointments, I think a couple of these are in, gentlemen and ladies are involved in local sports. We're trying to get the Recreation Board off the ground. This is just a start. So if we want to go one by one, we can. If you want to, I know Councilman Rigo, you've got a name there, but.
So I can handle yours. I would like to make a motion, we appoint Scott Winter to the Recreation Board.
Second.
Motion made, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next
Wait.
one.
I make a motion, we appoint Sarah McEntee to the Recreation Board.
Well,
That's the real.
I'm only giving you a hard time.
he deserves a hard time.
And your appointment's coming up next?
And
I make a
Sarah-
motion that we appoint Sarah
Sarah
McEntee.
is a good voice in the community for women, athletics, and recreation. So thank you for that nomination. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Souza. Okay.
Appointment to the Recreation Board, Leonard Rochette, sponsor Council Vice.
We did it right this time. We had the clerk read the name for you.
Government is so inefficient.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Clerk, Lenny is a lifelong resident of East Providence, athlete at the high school. Him and his wife have a great young family and would be a great asset. The kids are totally involved. Lenny and his wife are involved. Lenny would be a great asset to this committee and passage.
Second.
Motion by Council Vice President Rego, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, 5-0.
Appointment to the Recreation Board, Tom Costa, sponsor Council Vice President Rego.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Clerk, Tom Coster will bring a long history of him playing in sports as well as his family, kids. He's bring a great attitude and knowledge of what the city was and where it can be going. And with his engineering background and everything, can help us with suggestions as Recreation Board to help us, continue to upgrade our recreation facilities in the city. So I move passage of Tom Costa.
Motion by Council Vice President Rego, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. And I know of, for anyone not familiar, this is reinvigorating what was a prior board in the city. And just so everyone knows that they're advisory, they will have no financial responsibilities to the city. They will advise us and come up with ideas and recreation. And as Councilman Lawson pointed out to me earlier, not just organized youth sports, but adult activities, hiking, bike path, Hunts Mills, things like
Pickleball.
Yeah, pickleball. So I know Councilwoman Souza's going to come in with a name or two. We can add whomever, and same thing, Councilman Fogarty. So we'll get this underway. Next item, please, Madam Clerk.
Update on Charter Commission summary to City Council, discuss Council President Rodrick's.
We're at that time when we are hoping that the City Charter Commission begins to finalize their charge. And I noticed that Assistant Solicitor Dylan Conley has been working with them and might have an update for us tonight. We're getting close to the end of the process. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. There was a vote at the previous Charter Commission meeting to forward the editorial changes to the council. I believe that's in transmission. There was a series of substantive changes that were identified philosophically. Those have been approved by the Charter Commission, but not yet forwarded. There was a request that I complete a section in regard to finances. Based on a discussion between the Charter Commission and the council, all the substantive changes that have been recommended so far are conceptual in nature. The finance changes will be actually detailed writing, because I just don't know how to write about them conceptually. They're very, 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 a lot of them is references to specific language in state law and trying to get these two items to coordinate. Some of them are changes in how advertising functions so that it actually meets the standards in state law. So the delay on the substantive recommendation to this council is limited to the finance drafting, and that is on my desk and my responsibility.
Oh, well, excuse me. Yeah. Please. Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah. First of all, congratulations. First time you've been in front of us since you had an addition to your family. So congratulations on that point. How far off are we as far as advertisement right now? Are we in violation of anything? Because that's a concern of mine when you just raised that question.
It's not that we're in violation of any particular state provision as much as we're all over the map. For different items, we require different time periods of advertisement. That was one of the more challenging things in the changing form of government. It's created that pinch that we feel in the budget year. It creates a little bit of headache on how we allocate capital. There are some definitional ambiguity between state law and our local charter. None of that is in a scenario where I feel as though something's being done that's in violation of state law. But to say it's confusing would be the best compliment I could possibly give it. I mean, it's just very, very, very challenging. And trying to compare, this is my second time through trying to negotiate state law and our local finance sections in the charter. And you almost need a lawyer and a CPA in order to get there.
Aren't you both?
I pretend to be one.
So finally, my question is, there may be other questions, but once we get the submissions from the commission, what's the process? It'll come to us.
Sure. So it's my understanding, and first off, structurally, what goes to the ballot is up to the council. And the way that that occurs is by resolution. I think the best way to do that is for have both the resolutions and the accompanying ballot questions be approved at the same time. So it will be the actual charter language change and the ballot question, because those are different. Charter changes themselves will not necessarily go on the ballot. So it will be a series of resolutions which organize all of that. We don't have the completed language for any of the substantive changes because the Charter Commission wants the council to sort of inform them what of those substantive changes, if any, the council is interested in. Some of them are low-hanging fruit, some of them may be more challenging, and the detail work and drafting charter language is very, very time-consuming because every time you change one portion, you have to cross-check it with another portion. It's difficult to draft if you don't know which portions are going to move forward.
Can I ask a question? Sure. Okay. So I'm looking at time and looking at my experience on the State Board of Elections. We need to get it to our canvassing authority sometime in July so they can have a meeting so they can approve the ballot questions, because the Secretary of State's office and the Board of Elections needs it 90 days prior to the election. So we're talking August 5th for a November 5th election. Then in regards to the Charter Commission, as soon as they give us their final piece of work, and we've said this to them since January of last year, and we repeated it, and they came after us a couple of times. I'm not going to rehash past history, but they give us their packet, and we're basically the ones that are going to describe the language on the ballot questions, what goes on and what doesn't go on.
Correct.
So my biggest concern here is, and I watched the meeting a little bit. I listened to it, and when I was doing work, and I was listening to the meeting, and you weren't there. Megan was there, and it was like they were having a raffle as far as what day they were going to have a meeting. It was April this, May 6th, May 7th, May 8th. They're not really giving us the ultimate body that has to decide, and us having workshops to get this up. They're looking at May, and finally it gets to us, and we have a workshop in June and put our piece together. We don't meet in July, but we need to get that to the three members of the Board of Canvassers.
Council Vice President, I got Leslie's email. If we're planning to put a question on the ballot for November 5th, the deadline for ballot questions for EP voters has to be at the Secretary of State no later than Wednesday, August 7th. And then remember, the Board of Canvassers need to have that earlier than August 7th so they can vote to approve the ballot question, if possible, no later than August 1st. So about then, yep.
To meet, they have to have a public meeting. We need time to digest it and put it down. We originally asked them to have this to us in January, February. It's now April 2nd, and we don't have anything, which I find a little disheartening. I think our president has been more than, more than willing to communicate with them, and he has. And he's been to a couple of meetings and phone calls. If they're meeting on May 8th, we need to get, it's really pushing it. I'm
Let me ask.
I'm disenchanted because our president right here stated at our meeting in November, December, when we wanted it, and we wanted it January, February, if my record's right, and for this reason. So now all of a sudden it's just going to be thrown at us, and we need to do our due diligence.
Let me just ask this, do you, Mr. Solicitor, do you envision that they have new things they haven't talked about yet, or are they just finalizing?
The finance section is new only in the sense that I have not presented it to them. And that the changes are not substantive in the sense that we're going to alter financial policy for the city, but it's really improving organization so that it actually works underneath the state law. As to the delay, that delay lands on my desk. There's no two ways about it. I cannot leave it at the desk of the Charter Commission. It was my responsibility to turn that around, and I did not.
Well, in all fairness, we understand, you had family had an addition, there'd been some concern for, your health. Everyone's okay now, but so don't worry, we get that. We just want to make sure in the end there's enough time.
So,
And
Mrs. Solicitor, through the chair, so is there anything that we can get now other than the financial? So has it been submitted? Anything been submitted to the clerk to forward to the council?
So I know the editorial changes were voted to be referred, and I know all of the substantive concepts have been approved but not referred. So there is a public document which identifies all of the substantive concepts, and there is a referral on editorial changes. I don't know that the council has it this evening. I will check with my staff to see where that's at. The editorial changes are relatively boring. It's a whole bunch of typos, probably also from the last set of charter changes.
So if we could just get whatever is available and ready, and then as you're able to get the turnover, just continue to send that so that we can start working on whatever it is that is available versus waiting for the complete and then having to go through all of it all at once. I think whatever you have available just makes sense to start sending it forward, and then we can start working on it while we wait for you to wrap up the rest of it.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just a reminder, we have 2 meetings in June, 1 in July. We don't?
no, we can always call a special meeting.
So the longer they linger, the less we're going to have time to, and like you said, we're the final arbiters. So it's probably best if they really want us to vet it, that they get us to us sooner than later.
I am hopeful that it will be 3-4 weeks out. You'll have a complete package, and I can give you an 80 to 90% package tomorrow.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
And we don't want you guys to go in the weeds writing it up and then, we don't want that. No, we understand the concept of what you're trying to do, get in our view if it's something we're going to support. So absolutely, don't spend too much time on final language of anything.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Conley. Next item, please.
Review East Providence City Council Small Business Forum. Discuss. Council Vice President Riga.
Council Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I just want to keep things fresh in everybody's mind as far as what happened at the last city council meeting, talking to these small business owners. It's very important that we continue to help them, look at them, look them for options where we can help them. I just don't want them to feel that it was just a feel-good forum. And I know the 5 of us up here, it's not our thoughts, but we really have to hammer home that we really have to advocate for them and for the city 'Cause this isn't going away anytime soon. And hearing more and more stories about businesses closing, needing financial help from the city, from the feds. Hopefully our delegation is working hard to help them with tax breaks. As sure as we as a city here can't give out tax breaks. And we're not in any position to be able to do that from what we're gathering for next year's budget.
Why don't you continue into Restaurant Week also?
I'm going to continue everything here. So it's
General Assembly has it as well.
the meeting tomorrow up in, all of us here have reposted it onto our onto our social media pages. It's very important that small businesses get up to the State House, let them be heard, so that the more times they hear, the squeaky wheel gets fixed. So Restaurant Week, we talked about this a little bit the last time. I think we got to firm it down. It's more restaurant promotion, because the last thing I want to do is like in Newport where they have a special menu for that day, but we really need to, we need to promote the businesses. So I'm thinking a great week to start would be Sunday, June 16th, concluding all the way to the 22nd. Well, we can go to the 23rd to that following Sunday. With the help of the city clerk, which we instructed her the last time, she went out and got some ideas. And I think if we take some money that we've allocated towards placemaking, Rhode Island Monthly has come up with a great option for us. Usually their standard ad is $4,500. They're willing to work with us for a $1,200 full page ad in their June edition, Madam Clerk. I think it's great that we do that. The only caveat is when we do promotions like signage or anything, we can put down Rhode Island Monthly as a sponsor, and Mr. Palumbo and his crew do a wonderful job there, and I think that's an option. And I'm talking with one of the account managers I know down at Pro FM and their conglomerate of stations to do that. I think we do a little bit to, even if we come up with some sort of a catchy phrase about, see you in East Providence or East Providence, come up with something, but work with them, and we use some of that placemaking money to do that, because placemaking's great and banners hanging outside of Rumford Center are great, but we need to get people here right now. And so I'm looking at, I think we move at the $1,200 that we can take out of placemaking. I don't know if I need a formal vote on that to put it on the next docket, but I think that's an avenue to start. And we show these small business owners and restaurants that we're not just giving them lip service, that we're actually, putting in action, and hopefully other people in government can take our lead. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for that.
Council Vice President, the council had a resolution last meeting to allocate public celebration funds for advertising Port Restaurant Week.
So that should cover it.
And I mean, another thing, again, I brainstorm too much, and I know sometimes people kill me when I start thinking these things.
No.
We should look for.
That's not why we want to.
We should look. We should look for, again, a marketing standpoint, and hire a small PR firm that might do it. Some digital placemaking, again, social media. The more we can do to help this city and help these small business owners. This is a 2-3 year process, and they face the consequences.
And
They're going to do. So I think that's something we need to look at too, to keep on, for social media. We have to, invest be partners with the administration, be there, but we are the leaders of the community, and we need to take that lead. And we're coming up tough times. We had a revow last year. We had a whole physical revow coming. Their taxes are going to be going up. Taxes could be going up in general because of the budget. This year the mayor made the comment already about bonds having to be paid for Martin Middle School and everything. So if we don't do this in the little pot, we need to do that and show that we, as Councilman Watson would say, we got to take townies, take care of townies.
I will say more than social media. We get a lot of people that don't get their info from social media. So whatever avenues we can find.
And just to add a final comment from me, we've had at least 3 very good formats. Our council format brought in businesses, and we let businesses vent and ask us questions and other ways to help. The administration had a highly successful event at the Riviera Inn where dozens of businesses appeared, and they actually walked away. Many said to me, "We really got some help tonight. We heard about programs." I know Councilman Lawson and I, and some of us also at different times, went to the other little forum at the Myrtle, and it was just breaking bread and talking. I missed your Easter egg hunt. Director Rosendi, did you want to add to this discussion?
Yes, thank you, Council President. Actually, Council Vice President Rigo, I think he was in Cognito as the Easter Bunny, if I remember correctly. Anyway. Oh, just amazing. But in all seriousness, great minds think alike. I just wanted to make you aware, very similar to your idea with the advertisement in Rhode Island Monthly. The administration's been working with Blackstone Valley Tourism Council, as you know, is led by Laura McNamara. They have a booklet that they put out annually, and we've been working with Steve Maciel on. They have these little business cards, if you will, like pull-out cards, like coupons. So he was showing us from that evening and showed us how we could use, because we are part of the Blackstone Valley Tourism Council. So we typically will take out one ad, but we're going to have several pages of that, so that could work.
Didn't they offer a special rate?
Yes,
to
so
businesses?
we're working with Steve Maciel, working with the chamber on doing exactly what you just read. I just wanted to make.
Thank you. All right, next item.
Report requested operational cost of Rescue 1 for 1 year. Discussed. Council Vice President Rigo.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Clerk. The mayor in our December meeting said he supports our ask for the 4th rescue. And we would have to sit down with the union. I have received some numbers. And the reason why this is up again is we have the 5 of us support this. The mayor pledged his support. We are now on April 2nd. Time is of essence. I am frustrated. I shouldn't use the word frustrated. I am concerned that I see too many Cranston rescues in the city. And that's not good. That's not good for us. It's not good for the city of Cranston. The one occasion, even it was the day that you got sworn in, Engine 4 was delayed because they're waiting for a Cranston rescue. My little Snoopy around the state at that time, what that caused that area of Cranston, Edgewood, to do was they had to wait for the rescue to come out of Weston Hills. It was a 27-minute ride from that part of Cranston at that hour to the call that they got in the Edgewood section. So not only are we doing a disservice to our community, having our people waiting, we also inflicted a problem to the city of Cranston. So now's the time. We can come up with all the money for a rec center, everything else, and we have, money in the budget. Now's the time to make this happen. I mean, December 5th, have to open up with the union. The time is more of an essence because of what's going to go on, what's been going on since December 11th. And we keep on wanting to build, and bring more and more people in here, and we can't take care of our own people. And it's not fair to Cranston. It's not fair to small communities like Barrington and Seekonk. And I understand mutual aid will always be an issue. But we need, as the old saying goes, you fix your team. It's now time to fix our team. And
Thank you.
I'll let you explain this.
Numbers, Chief, do you want to participate in the conversation?
So, the councilman asked for the 2023 costs to run Rescue 1.
Yep.
Which is a full-time rescue. $1,067,311 is what it costs for the 8 personnel that man that rescue for the year. Overtime is a little bit low. I did run some of our numbers out of our scheduling software. Didn't recognize certain moves. Occasionally, we take personnel and we move them from one truck to the rescue to save money in overtime, and then fill the cheaper position on the engine of the ladder back there. So it'll actually be a little bit higher than this. We're also facing a 3.5% increase next year, next budget, due to the current CBA or contract with the firefighters union. I did all the stats for 2023. The 2 mutual aid rescues, the mean daily, still stayed true. If you want those numbers, I can get those for you. The mayor asks me all the time, keeps on top of me, make sure that the data is the data. When it comes to mutual aid, all the communities are in the same boat when it comes to rescues. And literally, it's about the same peak time that everybody winds up needing them at the same time. Typically, that's between 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock, maybe as late as 9. The highway has impacted us, but we've only seen maybe a 20-second increase in transport time for the rescues. We're more of having an issue with rubbing up against other vehicles or getting rubbed by other vehicles and having accidents or minor accidents, all low speed, because of how tight it is. And it's about to go to 6 lanes instead of 4. So I would imagine that's going to keep going up.
So my question here on this, I'm looking at this and you brought it in this report in front of us. If I'm reading this right, well, step 5 is the top step in the contract, if I remember reading your contract. So everybody that's on Rescue 1, we're all step 5. So you don't have any female or male firefighters that everybody in the department's at step 5 that work that rescue?
I would have to go back and look at every individual person.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm just reading what it's saying.
And-
here.
and
It's
this
saying
is-
everything's at step 5. Now,
It's actually Malcolm's table.
so what I would want, this is what I want. I want the raw data. You can. I don't want to see their names. I want to see the data. I
actually did do that.
yeah. That's what I.
That software platform does not recognize certain moves when we do schedule changes at every shift when the time keep on duty does the supervising scheduling. I'm going to talk to the company and see if I can get that rectified, because I wound up being 1,000 hours shorter than what you came up with. And when I went back and looked at the month of January of 23, it was absolutely when somebody was moved from one truck to the rescue to ride, or it was somebody taken out of the staffing pool when we had extra firefighters, which we do not have any longer. Those 2 things are not being recognized.
Yeah. No. I mean, I appreciate all this, but I find it hard to fathom. And you've been on trucks a long time. Usually, the higher in seniority unless you're really a dedicated for the, for the rescue, usually you're moving yourself into an engine or to a ladder company.
Once all the personnel pass.
Yeah.
Three.
I just asked a question on step. I found it hard to believe, but I'll believe you if it's all step 5.
No, you're correct. There were 2 analyses done. And sorry, you'll see on the second table, it says all at top step. I must have cut off that line above it. So the one above it is what we currently have, where we have 5 of the 8 people that are on step 2. But after 3 years, they're all going to be on step 5. And you can see that's another $100,000. And
Yes. How many of these will we have? These numbers already on staff?
Yeah, this is on step.
he was asked what it cost for the last 12 months.
For rescue 1. So if we added, I was trying to get an idea about what the cost of rescue is. One rescue 1, which I presume is the busiest rescue in.
It's a comparison.
Rescues already in service half the time?
No, this is full-time. This is a full-time rescue.
Right, are these numbers what the full time is? Yeah. So right now we're running these numbers that we would need to come up with.
So that's correct. So we're running that rescue. We're running rescue 3, which would be the 4th rescue. We're running it Monday through Friday from 8 to 5. Right. 8 to 5:30. 8 to 5:30. So we're already filling it. We're already filling that for
A third.
a third of the time, right? So it would be full. So it would be Saturday, Sunday would be. It's not run, so we would need to fill that whole day, and we're already filling it for 9 hours out of the 24. Monday through Friday.
To go 24/7 with the rescue, you're looking at 6 other people. Right now, you have a rescue captain, a driver in that rescue. That would be 1 shift out of 4. So we're looking at 6 individuals that are added. 3 of those would be firefighter seats. The other 4 would be firefighter and the driver.
And how many openings do we have already that we need to fill?
Still going.
Okay, and do you still have the float group?
We do not. We have no more extra firefighters. We're actually doing the hiring process now, looking at hiring 12. Actually writing the SAFER grant now as we speak. I think I have till the 12th, the application process. Maybe we get funded, maybe we do not. If we do, it's 100%. There's no copay, which is a pretty good relief. When those people come on, it can't be 50% of the time not on a fire apparatus. So there are some restrictions, which also would have to be dealt with the union. But right now, we don't have the money in the budget. We went through the whole budget process for what we have this year. We didn't budget for another 6 people to be on that rescue. We don't have the funding for it.
Well, you would have gotten the funding.
If it was done during the budget process. Then
That's what we tried.
But my hands are tied. We're at where we're at.
Okay.
I know the mayor strongly believes, but he's also looking at the data and he's always on me on where are we.
This budget, we're gonna push for it.
Understood? I can only do with what I have.
It's happening.
Yeah, we
He
agree.
gave us our word, so it's going to happen. He's in front of us on the 5th of December.
Just keep this in mind, and I'm not going against the council. We're looking at a 3.5% raise across the board in the fire department for salaries, longevity, overtime. And we were already at the precipice this past budget, and you already know what the next budget looks like. So just a heads up.
We can help you. We got a couple of years. We got a window. So I just want to keep. I'm keeping it fresh. I'm not letting it down. Because I firmly believe that person firmly believe that more people will use a rescue unfortunately in their life than they would use build a rec center. We can put money to rescue. And just like you've heard my personal story, I had to wait.
Yes, I've heard it in the past. But just bear in mind, Councilman, that all our engines and ladders are licensed ALS, non-transporting ambulances. And we have an average 4-minute response time to having trained personnel with equipment and medication citywide.
And we got a great fire. They're doing a great job. But, and it's all good, like you said, we apparatus that goes up at the house is equipped and everything, but it's still not the point when somebody's having a stroke or somebody who has lung cancer needs to get to the hospital. It still doesn't replace a doctor or a nurse or to get there. So I commend them. We have the best fire department in the state of Rhode Island.
I would have to agree.
Thank you, Councilman. Keeping that in the forefront. Next item, please.
Glenline Field Lighting, follow-up from 3/5/24C council meeting, discuss Council Vice President Rego.
This is an issue that is very important to myself as well as the council president. We constantly are getting questions from the residents of the Glenline area who use it. We have a couple of issues going on. We have the fence that we all voted for that needs to be put up. We have a walking path that there's money there that needs to be finished. And we have the lighting scenario. And to quote my predecessor, and we were with them on Friday night, Councilman Lawson and myself. This was started by Council President Brito, now Senator Brito. And I'm perplexed now. We're running into issues where we're saying the lights are a little bit more money. And to semi-quote Senator Brito, if the job was put out at the time it was, the lights wouldn't be where we are. And it gets to the point of doing things when a council, past council or this council, when we ask for things to happen, that they get done. And the lighting, the uneasiness of the walking path, and then the fence. And the fence. That's all I got to say is that we've got these issues in front of us, and it's now April 2nd, excuse me, and we don't have anything in motion. And I just would hate to see another season go by that walking path is the way it looks now, and again, no lights. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Could we get an update, Director Rosendi?
Sure. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
So I'll just go back to the most recent update that we provided in reference, Council Vice President, to the fence and the sidewalks and the walking path. So just to reiterate what I've said in the past, the netting is complete adjacent to the ball field. The fence obviously has not been yet installed according to Director Borges. It's to be installed in the spring, assuming the city has an agreement with the two property owners. It's a one-time thing in terms of the law department create an MOU. Would have to create an MOU because the fence will be on private property and the walking path will be completed this spring. In terms of lighting, so at this point, we've reached out to several electrical contractors. This is in talking with Director Borges to procure bids on the walking lighting area along the stairs that access Bourne Avenue at the entrance of the park. We're awaiting those bids and we'll move forward with the lowest bidder if the pricing is, of course, reasonable. As for lighting along the walking path, the cost, according to Director Borges, is far more expensive than expected and will limit other work in the park, just so that you're aware, if we move forward. Additionally, lighting the park that is closed dusk to dawn, doesn't necessarily make sense, is what we've we realized the suggestion was that we move forward with the stairway lighting to allow access to the park so that it's safer during, darker times of the year, obviously when it gets darker earlier. Otherwise, other lighting, as mentioned, is cost prohibitive, as well as significant maintenance that it would take for the upkeep for the 60 or so pathway solar lights. Separately, and apart, although not necessarily related, the walkway is tentatively scheduled to be overlaid this spring, early summer, according to Director Borges, and improvements to the basketball courts and tennis courts will also happen, ideally utilizing our paving contractors as well. And that's based on pricing from the most recent road improvements. I think I covered all of what you mentioned.
So the park closing at dusk, is that set by city ordinance? Is that just
I'll have to double check, but from
a
what
just
I
a
understand,
past precedent or?
I'll
Okay.
confirm.
One thing that I asked, last time I talked with Director Borges, the topic came up about lighting the entire walkway and the expense and the issue of, well, the park is closed at dusk. So I asked, well, maybe they could do similar to if you take a ride by Martin Middle School now at night where they're doing some work, they have just 2 or 3 lights that light the area, assuming people aren't going to be walking, jogging the whole path after the park is closed.
Right.
So we could get some light in the general area. So that, he said he'd look into that. Couple of, they're poles that don't have to go as high as, say, a basketball court, but would just be a general lighting in the area. So we could get a couple of those to help just light the area. And then he did say, as you just said, Director, that the path is hopefully this spring, which we're just about in spring now. So hopefully, from what I'm hearing, and Councilman Rigo, what we hear from a couple of the neighbors is the path is just beyond work for walking. It's not pitched. It's not, it needs to be done. So, and I guess that's in the work. So if we can push that. Less phone calls. But, yeah. Okay, thank you for those updates.
Thank you. On the
I'm
fence
sorry.
issue, I know that we did talk about, so I talked to Dan today about that. And he determined that the fence actually will be on private property of the 2 people who came before the council. So we are going to move forward. It's the law department move forward, sending them an agreement, basically saying, allowing us to put the fence on their property with the understanding is that this will be the last fence and they're going to be responsible for the maintenance and whatnot. So that needs to be drafted. And I plan to get that out to them.
So this time it's going to be moved from city property to private.
I'm not, I think it meanders from,
Oh, that's what I mean.
yeah.
So,
It meanders, sometimes it's on city, sometimes it's on private, but according to Dan, it's moving it 2 feet or 2 inches. I can't remember exactly what the distance is, but we want to make sure, obviously, I'm sure the homeowners will agree, but want to get the permission and put something on file, record it in the land evidence record so that 20 years from now, when the fence needs to replace, they'll understand it's going to be their responsibility.
But in any event, this is a private company that we bought the fence from, including installation.
That's my understanding, but I
Right.
can't comment.
So I think that was our vote. So it shouldn't be a burden on DPW workers.
We just want to make sure we get
Right.
the permission to put
Yep.
fence on private property.
Right. All right. Next item, please.
Discuss on ARPA funded projects. Discuss, Councilman Lawson.
All right, I'm not looking for specific info, I'll just get some comments. Councilman Fogarty and I were at a community meeting last night, and the topic of the Oldham building came up. There is a strong desire that this administration use the money that was funded 8 months ago to get this roof, doors, and windows. We know the feasibility study is going to come back saying it needs a roof, doors, and windows. The people, I couldn't answer the question when they said, why is the mayor waiting? I said, he's saying the feasibility, and then they're asking, why is the feasibility study taking a year? And they're going to be requesting a copy of that contract that was signed. There is frustration. We approved this funding over 8 months ago. Was it last August, September? And nothing's been happening. nothing. And there's frustration growing. The clam shack, they were asking, is it going to start getting built this year? I told them it is a priority. I said the funding's in place and we're just waiting for the architect. They were very happy that we moved it onto the water side. They think that was a great idea. So you're gonna just give you a preview of coming attractions, Patricia. The community is going to start getting behind this and start really pushing the mayor to go ahead and use the funds that were allocated to button up the envelope of that building. The excitement is around. You guys keep talking about workforce development. There's 8 classrooms in the front. So the back of the building is where we'll lease it to the incubator. And I got plans. I'll bring it to the next meeting and show what I was shown from the administration, the plans for the building. We talk about, you guys presented was it $1 million cultural building? Well, we could have Ona Monisa's exhibits and Eddie Sarowic's in this building. After school programming for kids. You got a gym in there. We rode around with the mayor and the mayor said, yeah, I want to utilize this gym. So I'm just trying to get the point across. There's extreme frustration growing with the administration dragging their feet. And I would hate to see this money get returned because we're not moving it to any other of the mayor's projects. This was specifically set aside for this building. And we're hearing what you guys are saying. It's just people are frustrated. And that was just what I want to bring up today. I know the police station, we're waiting for the final. And if it's going to come in less than 2.5, we just heard tonight some playgrounds could use it. So the sooner we hear back about the police station, we could look at reallocating money towards the playgrounds. Personally, with this grant we just got, I hope we're going to put the garage for the big equipment on the property because we have the money to do it. So again, people asking, why is this process taking well over a year? It was over a year that we did the tour and we still haven't heard anything. So I am just expressing the frustrations that is being communicated to me over the lack of movement on these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam Director, will you pass that along to the
Yes,
mayor's office? And do you want to comment?
Yes, absolutely. So I'll just go with the most recent mention first. I just wanted to give you an update on the police station renovation. You may be aware, but we were just awarded that state grant, the $966,000 for the police station renovations. The mayor and the project manager for that, Captain Raposo, have been meeting with the chief, with the architect and whatnot, over the consultant on a weekly basis. So they're getting information where they're collaborating. We're also we'll be lined up to hire an environmental company to assess the firing range to see if there's any kind of asbestos or anything there. So to say that nothing's being done is couldn't be farther from the truth, Councilman. I know, but as you're well aware, I sit there and live and witness the number of meetings, the conversations, the phone calls, the emails, the process. I can, without any hesitation, face all of you and say, work is being done, conversations are being had, plans are being drawn, collaboration is being had. I can assure you of that. It takes time, it takes work. Our planning department works hard to apply for these grants. And I think it's amazing that, the city, the taxpayers can now see that $966,000 of money that this, our team worked hard to get. That's pretty good. So that's the police department. I just wanted to give you an update just to clarify in the record that it's not that anyone's dragging their feet. Things take time. You know this. I mean, I'll bring up Wachamoke again. That sign, Melissa Spur has said it took years to get that. So things take time. It's a process, and we want to do things right. In terms, sure, of course.
The engineer and architectural designs of the police station have been going on with the past council. I mean, we're not remaking the Cathedral of Notre Dame over here. I mean, when I sat after getting elected, there were already designs and what we can do with with the police station, obviously when the communication center was out of there. We just need to see, we need to see something. And I mean, I know there's been plans, so I just, again, reiterating my fellow council person statement that we have our goals and we're gonna stick with them.
Right, I understand that. Council Vice President.
And I don't want to come here in December and saying, well, we haven't done anything yet and we can't do it because we're under this time constraint and everything. Now's the time to do it. We have received 3 or 4 renditions since we've sat here of the community center. And that's a building that's starting from the ground up. We're talking about a building here that's already in place that we might need to move walls here, put this, do something here. So we got an existing building. So we need to move. We need to move to show the community that we support the men and women of that department. We also need, from a morale standpoint, again, as I spoke to Chief Carey, I think we have the best police department. And same thing with the fire station down in Riverside there. They deserve the best. They've always had the best. And I'm not saying they're prima donnas, but this isn't a community north of us. It's not a community south of us. It's not a community over the border in Massachusetts. This is East Providence. And again, as Rick says, we are townies. We take care of townies, and we take care of the men and women who protect us day in and day out. And they deserve it.
So
They've been waiting a long time. This goes back before this police station scenario goes back before Bob DeSilva first got elected mayor. So now's the time. I've seen renditions. We've got renditions of community center, cultural centers. We need a rendition of a police station.
So just to thank you, Council Vice President. Just to clarify, so a lot of the architectural in the RFP, that was recent. So that was under this council, not the previous council. As far as the previous council, there have been improvements made to the police station. There was HVAC, there was the canopy. So there have been other improvements that have been made to the police department. This is something new. This is with the new improvements. And that conversation is happening with the police department, with the architect, with their ideas, and it's their suggestions on how to make that that building flow properly, right? And we do agree. The administration agrees wholeheartedly. We have, top rate police department, and we want to be able to provide them a safe location to operate. But again, when we're working with the architect, I can tell you that the mayor emphasized to the people, to the architect, the consultant, that this project needs to be done. And he's the one that asked. We have to have weekly meetings so that we can see this progress. So I'm witness to that. So I can't, I don't want to debate you, but I will tell you that I am witness to the conversations that involve the project manager, that involve the police chief, and just want to reiterate that we are working hard on this. I know.
Tricia, while you're up there, can I
Sure.
just get an update if there's any on Ballpoint Park? I know last time I've gone down there, we know that there've been pavements made to some of the area, and it's like they're getting ready to put light posts or doing tunneling for electric. But when are we going to start up?
So I did get an update from from Director Borges. So the contractor is scheduled to continue paving and to complete the park improvements in the next 2 to 3 weeks, as they've involved, obviously, in the bridge closure, and that's been a priority. So 2 to 3 weeks is what do you have specific questions?
Is it the whole thing will be complete or just the?
Just what he mentioned is continue paving in the park improvements as a whole.
So the walking path, the lighting, that would be the parking as a whole, Or are you saying parking like?
P-A-R-K-I-N-G. The continue paving and park, like the actual park.
Park,
improvement.
so including walking paths, lighting.
So I mean, I'm not going to speak on behalf of the director to say that all of that's going to complete 3 weeks from now, but I'll confirm that process. So you're asking about the walkway, lighting, obviously, and weather permitting with all of these projects. Okay, I'll report back.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And you did, through the council president and solicitor, am I allowed to report back on other questions that the councilwoman had or no?
This is about opera. So if, yeah.
Yes or no?
Okay.
So, okay.
Can I maybe make a suggestion? It looks like we got a lot of irons in the fire, and it's probably smart to have a moratorium on new projects. When's the last time Dominic gave us that update? It was a while, so maybe next meeting or the meeting after, another update
On,
of all the capital projects going on, so we get an idea of, yeah. So we can see if what's going to get, yeah.
does the council have any additional questions on any of the ARPA updates?
At this point, no.
Okay.
Revisit storefront. Maybe.
Thank you, Councilman, bringing that up. Yeah, that could be a separate issue, actually. At this point on the agenda, out of professional courtesy, without objection, I would like to move up on page 10 of the docket. Letter E, under ordinances, the tax stabilization agreement with, we have our assistant solicitor, our tax assessor here. We have other speakers here. We're getting through the meeting, but it's a little more time yet left. So if we could move that to this point of the meeting, and yeah, appreciate that. And we had previously discussed this a bit at the last meeting, and Assistant Solicitor Conley will give us a little more of a comprehensive update and then react to our questions. So, Solicitor, if you could.
Mr. President. So what we have in front of us, because it's an affordable housing project that qualifies for the 8% law, and there's some discussion about changes to the 8% law, but this application is vested underneath the current definition of the 8% law. The vast majority of the tax savings are derived from state law. The city of East Providence doesn't really have any say in how that law works. There is a secondary request for a tax stabilization agreement above and beyond the 8% law, which is a 10-year walk-up towards full payment of the 8% of the taxes. So the 8% is basically 8% of rental revenue from previous years. So what's in front of you that the council has discretion over is only one portion of the tax savings. And it's the smaller portion. Sarah will give a much better presentation than I will on this front, but I think it works out to be roughly $40,000 a year over a 10-year period. And so one of the conversations that is always a little bit tricky about tax stabilization agreements in general is there's always this sort of, that means there's a net reduction in taxes being paid. That is almost never the case. That is not the case now. This is, I believe, a relatively significant increase in total amount of taxes being paid on these parcels relative to status quo. I believe status quo, they're a vacant lot. Sarah, did you want to come and kind of like talk to us about?
And just thank you, and just identify yourself for the record. Thanks. The mic on? Okay.
All right. Jennifer Hawkins, the President and CEO of One Neighborhood Builders. And so I understand the topic came up about a couple weeks ago at a hearing that I was not able to attend. And so our attorney, Ken McGonigal, was able to answer some of the questions that arose. But I did want to just be able to provide all of you some more details about the projects, give you a little bit of context of why we are seeking this tax stabilization agreement, and really the virtues of the development. With your permission, I'm just going to walk through a few slides and describe the specific TSA, and then Sarah can go into greater details from her perspective. First, One Neighborhood Builders. So we are a nonprofit community development organization. We are headquartered in the city of Providence, but work across the state of Rhode Island. Our mission is to improve lives across Rhode Island by building homes and connecting communities. So we chiefly do that through the production of housing. I don't know if someone is controlling the slides, but they can go to the next one. Thank you. So housing is what I want to kind of describe to you tonight, although we do more than just develop housing, but I think that's what's most relevant for this conversation. So we have developed over 480 rental apartments and about 140 for sale homes. So we have about 700 properties that we've developed in our tenure of 35 years of doing this work, making more than 1,000 Rhode Islanders calling our properties home right now. So our residents are not just individuals, but also families, and they have a range of incomes. Most are earning between $20,000 and $75,000 a year. So these are working class residents. They reflect the racial and ethnic diversity of the area, and more than half of our heads of household are female. So what makes us different? We build to own. That means that we are not a turnkey developer. We're not just building something and then walking away. We have a long-term stake in how well we produce the housing, how quality it is, and we want to make sure that the housing will be maintained for decades to come. We support our residents in staying housed. We employ a team of 5 full-time resident service coordinators who support our residents whenever they have any sort of financial distress and making sure that they can avoid eviction and remain stably housed. And we always partner in the community. So we build and maintain partnerships with public sector and the not-for-profit sector. And the project that you're going to be hearing about, we're partnering with Crossroads Rhode Island, Family Services of Rhode Island, and Foster Forward. Foster Forward and Family Services are here in East Providence. This is an important slide in the deck. There's a photo or an image here of just demonstrating how many, here, thank you on the screen, how many residents qualify for affordable housing. In fact, it's really the vast majority of Rhode Islanders really need and qualify for affordable housing. And so this graph kind of demonstrates that for you. And it also shows how there's a category of housing called workforce housing. And the project that we're developing includes some of that. So here is a picture of what it currently looks like on Taunton Avenue. And you know this, right? You could drive by this all the time. You know this site incredibly well. And you also know that it's been vacant for well over a decade, right? So before it was a nursing home, it was a Johnson & Wales dormitory, and it's been sitting vacant for a number of years. It's blighted. It's an eyesore. It's certainly not bringing any customers to any of the local businesses on Taunton Avenue. And so what we're proposing is 144 apartments. And in fact, the zoning board and the planning board have already approved this project. We're going to be breaking ground on it within the next year. So it's fully designed, it's fully engineered, and we have some of the funding that we need in order to build the project already committed. And we're pending other applications right now with Rhode Island Housing. So that's the image of what it will look like after. So as mentioned, it's 144 apartments across 3 buildings. So renovating that, the former Johnson Wales dormitory, and then 2 new construction buildings on either side. It'll be quite a amazing transformation of that blighted and nuisance property. So we'll have a welcoming lobby. There'll be plenty of amenities and office spaces, as well as courtyards, 3-season porches, a library, Wi-Fi, on-site laundry, all sorts of amenities, professional property management companies, security system. It'll be quite a lovely apartment community. So there'll be about 280 people that will be living in this building. So 280 new customers, 280 folks who are going to be activating this location. We have preference to East Providence residents. So within our tenant selection plan, that is noted. That we'll be able to give preference in our tenant selection to existing East Providence residents. We're projecting fewer than 26 school-age children, according to the fiscal impact study that we conducted for the planning and zoning boards here in the city. We are setting aside units for veterans, for youth aging out of foster care, and others with greatest barriers to housing stability. Residents will all be income qualified through an application process. So it's all for low to moderate income households. Residents will all sign a lease with a minimum of a 1-year lease. And we hope that residents will stay for many years, but they will all have at least a 1-year lease. So I just want to go a little bit into the income restrictions. Some questions that I've heard from you were related to this. So as mentioned, there will be 144 apartments. 93 of those will be restricted to low to moderate income households. So those are folks who are making, anywhere between, if you're a 1-person household, about $43,000 a year. And if you're up to a 4-person household, you could make up to, say, $120,000 a year for a 4-person household. So it's a low to moderate income range. Then 51 apartments will be reserved for those who are extremely low income. Those are the youth who are aging out of foster care, as an example. So for those folks, there will be a rental subsidy that will help cover their rent. So in the next chart here, you'll see the different unit sizes. We've got everywhere from studio apartments to 3-bedroom apartments, and then the approximate rent that the tenants will have to pay depending on the income size, the bedroom size, and the income of their household. And just to add the asterisk there, just want to highlight that means that if you're extremely low income, you will only pay 1/3 of your income in rent, and the rest will be subsidized through a subsidy. So the project timeline, this doesn't happen fast. A lot of the topics you all have been discussing tonight are sort of why things take a long time to get done. And the development of housing is certainly one of those things that takes a long time to get done, unfortunately. So we purchased the property in the summer of 2023 from the seller, Mr. Joseph Ruggiero. And then throughout the summer and the fall, we worked with the city's planning and zoning boards, and we received approval from your colleagues. Then in the spring of 2024, right now, as we're speaking, we are working to secure all of our project financing and anticipate breaking ground in a year from now, in the spring of 2025. Then it's about an 18-month construction period. And then we'll have it fully leased up. All of the apartments will be leased by the fall, winter of 2026. So this leads us to the heart of the matter. What is a TSA? So as Dylan was describing, East Providence adopted its TSA ordinance about a decade ago in 2013. So the ordinance allows a 10-year TSA by right to encourage economic and property development within the city. I can think of no better project to really activate this streetscape, to bring in a lot of new vitality, to, excuse me, to encourage economic and property development than this. And I believe strongly that it qualifies for the by right TSA. Not my water that's in my pocket. So the City of East Providence contributes its own financial resources to kickstart a development project like this. And TSA is really allowing us to have an incremental property tax liability. So as Dylan said, this property will have a ramp up of the taxes, right? To encourage this economic and property development. The additional development will bring in new residents and ultimately increase revenue for local businesses and increase sales tax revenue. So right now we're paying $84,000 and $84,300 a year just to have the ownership of the vacant and blighted parcel. So that's what we're paying right now. On a quarterly basis, we're up to date with all of our property taxes. So, and as Dylan described, because the development has income restricted units, we are eligible for the state's 8% tax law. So that means that the property taxes will be assessed at 8% of the gross potential rent. So that's how our property tax assessment will be calculated once the apartment is done and the residents are living there. Okay. So by 2027, our annual tax obligation, when the project's complete, right? When you complete all of these steps, 2027, it's going to be $168,000 a year. Right now, $84,300. When we're done building it, $168,000. You're welcome. We are increasing the taxes pretty significantly. And so what we're asking is that we could ramp up the taxes to that place over a 10-year period. And so by allowing us this 10-year ramp up period to get there, it actually saves us about $45,000 a year, allowing us to take on a bigger mortgage, carry a bigger debt for the project, and have to require less capital subsidies from the state.
So you want us to give you a tax break so you don't have to pay as much?
So I can show you that the next slide here, which shows the increment, that this is the tax incremental piece here.
Yep. No, I understand all this. We're trying to understand what's the need for this tax break.
Yeah, no, sure. I can definitely understand
Yeah,
that.
we understand all this. We understand the project. We
Yeah.
support it. We just want to hear, why do you think a tax break is needed for this?
Yeah, so I wouldn't call it a tax break.
You're not paying full tax, so you're getting a break on the amount of tax you owe.
So it's a $65 million project
Mm-hmm.
to build, to construct those 144 apartments.
Do you have the funding to do that?
Yeah, so we
Okay.
are, no, we don't have the funding right this second. So we submitted financing applications to the state of Rhode Island and to Rhode Island Housing. And so the funding to put together a project like this has many, many sources. We have to take a mortgage with Rhode Island Housing, and the amount of debt or the mortgage that we can afford is actually pretty low. And that's just a virtue of the fact that the rents that we charge the residents are quite low because they're, low working
get that.
class individuals. And so we can't charge high rents. And so at the end of the day, after you pay the maintenance costs and the insurance and all of that, the amount of money that you have left over is really quite small. And so that net operating income allows us to take a pretty modest mortgage.
So the state and Fed should be funding this, not the local municipalities.
That's right. And so that's what's happening. So $65 million, right? And so the debt that we can carry is about $6 million. And then we apply for low-income housing tax credits from the federal government that comes through Rhode Island Housing. So we're pending an allocation of those tax credits. what that does is allow private investors to invest in this type of work, right? So that will be another tranche in the capital stack, if you will. And
So,
then-
so if you get that, you don't really need a tax break from us.
No, unfortunately, I wish that was the case. And it's all of these things together. It's often referred to as a capital stack, right? Of lots of different sources that have to come together in order to make a project like this viable and for us to actually break ground. And so it takes the cooperation of the state, the federal government, private philanthropy, investors, as well as the municipality, all pulling in the same direction. And it's quite a significant sort of boat to steer, right? So everyone has to sort of do their part. And so we're asking that the city of East Providence is able to contribute in a very, very modest way. I recognize that it is significant to you, and it's really significant to us. It allows us to take on more debt, as I've described. So the $65 million project, we're looking for this 10-year TSA that over the 10-year period would be a decrease of taxes of $450,000 over the 10-year period. So as you can see here, it allows us to sort of incrementally ramp up to that
get that,
larger number.
I just, at this point, we just talked about not having fundings for a rescue. We had executive session. I can't say it, but we talked about a possible hit in the tax revenue too. I just, unfortunately, at this time, with the finances that we got, small business owners hurting, our business, our meal taxes are going to be down. I'm just struggling to see how you need a tax break from us for this project to happen. You keep saying that you can only take on so much debt and you want us to take on the burden of that. You're talking about adding 280 people, and we're for the project.
Yeah.
But that 280 people, they're going to need public safety. They're going to need public education. They're going to be driving on the roads, using the waters and sewers, engage in the parks and stuff. Shouldn't that property have a full share to take care of those things? And we understand the population you're looking to serve. Absolutely. I just don't think it's appropriate for municipal to be the ones to fund it.
Have you priced this out with the contractors? You put a price tag out, right? So you said 65 million?
The total development cost for the project, yes, Councilman.
Okay, so how much put it up as far as the buildings? How much is the construction company or how much are they charging?
Yeah, so but the construction costs, I believe, are about 45 million of that total. There's all these other costs associated, right?
Understand that. So to put the buildings up, put everything in there, kitchens, bathrooms, everything, you're talking 45 million.
That's correct.
Is the contractor willing to take a in-kind donation and instead of 45 million, charge you 40 million? Take 10% off? Or take some money off theirs? Because you're asking us to do that.
I appreciate the point that you're making. If the city is not able to provide us with this tax stabilization agreement, it will result in a gap. And so we won't be able to achieve the timeline that I mentioned, and we won't be able to break ground on the project that we had anticipated because we will have to figure out a way to go back to the state and other entities and seek additional capital support to fill that gap. I think that we all understand that we're in this significant housing crisis. And we want to be able to take this blighted eyesore and redevelop it into something that's really contributing for the city of Providence. And, you know, when we put together this capital stack, we are being as creative as possible and as, you know, problem solving as possible. And so we hit every single option we could. We left no stone unturned in our desire to try to find all the different resources that we could bring to make this project possible. So this is one of many levers that we are using to try to, you know, get the project going.
And my next question is, you're saying your study, the feasibility study showed that there would be an additional 26 students going into our school system.
It's the fiscal impact study.
26, correct?
Not more than, yep.
26. So we'll go at 26. Presently, it costs this city $17,000 to educate a child. So we're going to be putting 26 more. That's $442,000. If 17 times 26, and that doesn't talk about increase. We'll use the 3% rule that a great mayor once told me that we use, and with raises and everything in the school department. So we're just going to stick at 17. That's $442,000. If I applied $168,000 that you said that you will help contribute, that your taxes will go to, from 84 to 168, doing that math, 442 minus 168, we come up, and just applying it straight there, we're going to come up with the $274,000 deficit. If we apply apples to apples and everything there, it's $274,000 more that we have to find to our school budget. The mayor already last year cut the school department's budget by $200,000, and we had to go and do some creative stuff out of our capital budgets because Myron J. Francis School was in desperate need of a boiler. All Avenue School needed a fence to keep the children safe, and we all know what can happen in schoolyards. So that's my concern. It's $274,000 that we will need to find in future budgets.
I mean, I can't speak to the analysis that you just did, but my understanding is that there's when you're calculating how much an education cost is, there's you amortize that over the number of students, and so. But that it's beyond my expertise. I am a houser, not an education expert, but I know that that Sarah is here too, and so I don't know if she wants to begin to kind of describe the mechanics of how this has been worked out in her department.
I understand that, but I'm just going to the school department. I'm just, we have X amount of kids now. We're adding 26. We've add 26 more. And again, I am all for helping people with special needs, getting back on their feet. My family has a long history of being silent and doing things in this community. We're not Facebook driven. I'm not that way. We weren't that way. My God rest my parents' soul. Many of people that they took care of never put their name in the newspaper, and we do in a couple of plaques there are in churches. That's about it. So I am not here saying I'm against this, but I got to protect the taxpayers in my ward in the city. And I'm looking here doing the math, and we're looking at $274,000 shortfall. Sarah's math is great because that's going to say what the assessor does, but the superintendent will be burdened with another. If we just, again, $442,000, and I apply all your money towards them, she's coming up with a shortfall of $274,000. There's no way around it.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
17,000 times 26 is $442,000 that we have to find, because we have to educate these children by law. That's my concern.
Thank you. Any other questions for me before I turn it over to Sarah?
Not a question, but I know the councilman and I have had a friendly disagreement on when he brings up this figure. On paper, that would make some sense. Well, but yeah, it doesn't work that way totally. And I'm just keeping an open mind on the whole thing. But as one who was a school registrar for years, I saw these numbers. And you may get 26 kids in over this 10-year project. You could lose 50. People left the system, come in the system. There's a graduating class every year. You know, it's a balancing act. So it's a concern, especially when one student can walk in and be $100,000 if there are special needs. But school apartments just can't operate that way because it's the legal scales. You know, 26 come in, 35 might leave, 2 might leave. So it shouldn't be the only thing. It's a good concern and it's a good point, but it should not be the death knell of a project because that's not the number that runs a budget. Yeah, we have to talk about it. And my question maybe to Sarah is, or to anyone, so is there a risk that if this council does not approve this, that this project will not happen? I know they already said it will be delayed. And, you know, I would like to see this get done sooner than later, but, and I'm asking you to be honest, I mean, is there a risk that you say, because we know Capianato, all these other projects, builders are walking away. They're not doing what funding of building is difficult. So it sounds to me like you're trying to ease the funding process. So what is the risk if this doesn't happen?
No, Council President, thank you. I would never stand up here and be like, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. I don't believe in being hyperbolic.
Sure.
We will do the project. We are committed to the project.
Okay.
We are mission-based developers. We will figure out a way. And we have, you know, there's other couches to look in the couch cushions for other coins. So we're not going to turn our back on the city or this project, but we are, you know, looking to ask that everyone contribute. And this is a very meaningful way for the city of Providence to contribute in a very impactful City of East Providence. Yes, it's late. So I appreciate your time and your consideration. And I'll turn it over to my colleague.
Sarah, what are the black and white numbers here?
So I'm gonna. Okay, thank you. And thank you, Jennifer. That was awesome. It touched on a lot of the things that I was gonna mention. So if you take a look at what I'm passing out, there's just a memo I put together because I wanted to dig into the property and take a look at what's been happening there for the last, let's say, 20 years at the property. And then on the second page, you'll see the chart that illustrates all the numbers and the tax dollars. Okay, so I'll read it into record. It's going to probably reiterate some of the stuff that Jennifer mentioned, but just to give my perspective, okay? So the proposed development site for the Center City Apartments is located at 330, 350, and 354 Taunton Ave. It is comprised of 3 separate parcels. There is approximately just under 3 acres of land, some old paving from parking at one point, and a 4-story, 72,000 square feet vandalized and dilapidated building. The parcel has been vacant for many years. Over the course of the vacancy, there have been several interested investors, but none have successfully moved forward. The current assessment of the site has a land value of $1.2 million and the remaining building value of $2.4 million. The total assessment is $3.6 million, which it totals the $84,300 in taxes currently paid on the property. Over the course of the past 20 years, the property has been declining. The value's been, if you look at the second sheet, there's 3 parcels there, and you can see that some of the values have been declining due to two of the buildings were demoed in 2017. There was a bowling alley there and a former bank that was vacant for many years before they demolished it. Also in 2012, the Johnson and Wales University vacated the building. Since then, it's been vacant. I actually, in 2021, I inspected the building with a prospective buyer. He was thinking of putting like a luxury apartment facility there. And when I visited the property, it was vandalized inside. It was leaking, broken windows. It's in rough shape. I believe if one neighborhood did not invest in the property, the likelihood would be that the building would be demolished, which would result in a loss of $55,000 a year in tax revenue. At this time, my opinion, with affordable housing being in demand, I believe the proposed project is ideal for the site. The developer is known to do great work. I've seen some work that you've done. I believe they do great work. By approving the stabilization over the 10-year period, it will help in the funding and the financing of the project to get it kicked off. And instead of the property sitting there in deplorable condition, declining, it will at least help generate some taxes. So if you want to look at the chart on the second page, this shows, so if you look at the first line, how the 8% property law works is every year, the apartment will have to submit to me their rent rolls. And then from there, it's a pretty easy calculation. You just take 8% of whatever the rent roll is. So what they're asking for is to sort of blend two options that we have. They're asking for the state law, which they're going to qualify for regardless. And we also have the ability to give them a 10-year tax stabilization. And that's what this chart illustrates, how we're going to gradually increase the taxes over the 10-year period. In the bottom chart just is historical property tax information, just showing how the taxes have been declining because of the condition of the property. So, over a 20-year period, they've gone from in 2003 when the property, before they demoed the two buildings, and also Johnson and Wales just took over and occupied it as a dorm. The taxes were just under 100,000. And then in 2012, you can see they dropped to 88,000, and now they're around 84,000. So they've been declining.
Sarah, I have a question. So per state law, the project is guaranteed for its lifetime 8% tax.
Yes. Yep.
No, never increase, always stay at the 8%.
Right.
What are our residents paying? What is the percentage that our residents are paying for their property?
What do they pay? The residential tax rate,
Yeah, what is it?
14.76.
And that varies depending on the budget.
Depending on the budget, that could change. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just one distinction between the 8% and the mill rate. The 8% is not the mill rate figure. It's based on the previous year's rental revenue. What that turns out to be as a mill rate, I don't know. But the 8% and the mill rate are not comparative figures. They're apples and oranges. I don't know how to answer your question. I think it's an important question, but I don't want to blow past it. Those are two distinct figures.
The increase will come because as rents increase on an annual or however it's determined through the lease, there'll be additional taxes that'll be.
Right. So the chart
gained.
does show that. I think we estimated maybe like a 2.5% increase every year.
Right. But it's still, in fairness, less than what our residents and commercial property owners.
Well, like Dylan explained, the calculation is different. So when you pay the $14.76 per thousand, that's based on your assessment. The 8% law, which is a state law, and there's no way around it, it's a state law, that's based on a percentage of your income. So every year, one neighborhood will have to provide me with whatever their previous year's income is, and I take 8% of that.
So do we?
So
it's so are we saying that hypothetically the income received through rental will be more than the value of the property once it's complete?
It's gonna be.
It'd be less. It's usually less, but, it's a state law that
No, I
really,
understand, and I
there's
know
no
I
way
know.
around.
I'm just
Yeah,
making a point.
right. Yeah, yeah.
So in theory, what Councilwoman Suze was saying is that residents pay for 1,000.
Right. They pay a tax rate.
They're paid by income. So, I mean, that would be just like you ask for this, that would be asking like everybody, what's your income?
And you take a percentage of it,
Take a
right?
percentage of income. That's what it works. Obviously, we don't do it. So somebody who has a house that's valued now at 700,000 is paying, right now at 14,000, we're 14,000. Their income.
We would have to know their
they
income.
Probably would love to pay by the income too,
Right.
because it would save them substantially amount of money in taxes.
That's why the comment come in about apples and oranges.
Well, that's what I mean.
Can't
The
compare.
The only way to compare it would be if everybody was to be on the same page, would be to have to pay by their income. So you can't do the comparison, but I'd rather pay that way than pay by what my house is valued at.
Yeah, I think we all would.
Yeah.
So thank you, Sarah, for the information that you provided us in your letter. So I did have an opportunity to speak to the developer. And Patricia, did you want to come up and speak before the council?
Sarah, are you complete with your presentation, your comments? Did you?
Yeah, I'll try to do that. We can get an idea.
Okay, thank you.
No, go ahead if you had something to add. I didn't want to interrupt you. You're going to speak. Thank you, Councilwoman. Just to make a few quick points, I know that Jennifer talked about the city's involvement and the contribution. So the way that the administration sees this is that this is the way that the administration looks at this is the city's contribution to affordable housing and this affordable housing development. That's just one point I wanted to make on the record. To Council President, you talked about students, and Council Vice President Rigo, you mentioned the number that will go into the system. What I think we don't consider is that the 22 or 26 students may already be East Providence residents. They may be families living here who, now their income could have been adjusted. It could have been something that happened. Someone could have lost a job, or they could now fit that as well. Another issue, we talked about public services, right? Like, what does this mean to our police and fire and some of the services? Well, I would flip that and say, realistically, let's think about all the residents that are going to be living there who are going to be utilizing our local restaurants, using our services in terms of purchasing from our local stores. So they're going to contribute to the economy too. So that was the positive that I just wanted to point out while we're talking about supporting small businesses. And lastly, just wanted to point out, Jennifer, I don't know if you covered this, but this is a tax stabilization on taxes that would only exist because of these improvements. So that was all I wanted to add. Thank you. Thank you for that. So I did have the opportunity to speak with Jennifer yesterday, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate this, which added some of the questions that I had asked you about. And so I'm grateful to see the data that you were able to provide, and it just kind of reiterated a lot of the things that we talked about and that I had thought about in terms of the project, which I know is for the benefit of the community and all that are collaborating. So I thank you for the work that went into this by you and your team. My concerns still remain the same with the need for, and I know that the city has offered or has granted CBG funds, which is, I think, in part doing our part also to be proactive and helping. And I know that the city has also been very accommodating and worked with you or with the parties along the way with zoning and the planning, and then trying to make it a smooth transition to start the project. And we want the project to start. And I know that the residents have had, some neighboring residents have had some, difficulties buying into the project. And I think that for the most part, there's an understanding of what's going in. And hopefully with continued conversations, we can relieve them of additional fears of that. And certainly based on the numbers of apartments and the number of those that are extremely low income and the amount, the number of only 51 apartments, and though 51 apartments is a decent number, there's 94 that are going to be your medium to higher income. So it's more, you're having more of your regular middle class or up personnel, people renting. Okay, I mean, so we differ on what that number is, and I understand, but where before people were thinking that it was going to be generally a lot of very low income coming into that area, and there was great concern for multiple reasons behind that. One of the points that I do still struggle with is that, as you heard earlier tonight, with our public safety and how we're looking for have been for over a year, trying to finance another rescue that's over $1 million to support our current population. And we have multiple developers who have come and done amazing projects in the city and continue to work on their projects and haven't fully completed their scope, and additional starting like yourselves, which are just, again, further increasing our population, which then puts a strain on all of our services. And not in a bad way, but in a way that we need to be able, as a collective body and an administration, to figure out how do we support our city government and fund the city government. So whether there are 26 or 10 students coming in, the number of teachers and staff and faculty are still being paid, regardless whether we have 200 in a graduating class or 150. We're not laying people off, to my knowledge. We still have a budget that we need to maintain. We still have a DPW. We still have our sewer and water. So there are a lot of expenses, and to take a tax cut, and though it may seem small, about 40,000 a year, it's still 40,000 a year that we as a city need on an annual basis, because we're only losing money with our increased operation, and we need to find ways to get money in our operation. And there's not a lot of ways that you can do that other than cutting services to the community that's already funding all of the services in our community. So I really have a hard time with giving tax breaks to developments that I know have sought and can seek other funds, when we have residents and businesses who don't have the opportunity to seek other funds and desperately need the assistance. And we are struggling to figure out how we provide that assistance to these people, so that they're not closing businesses, that they're not losing their house to a tax sale, and that they're not, having their utilities shut off or their water meter pulled because they couldn't afford and they're so backed up on their water or sewer bill. So these are the things that on a day-to-day basis, as a councilwoman, and I'm sure my colleagues get calls or emails, that we struggle with trying to help our residents with, and then to give breaks or to help. And we'd love to help if we could. I would love to help if we could, but it's very hard to say yes to a pile here when there's a huger crowd over here desperately looking for assistance, and we can't give them anything. We have nothing to pull from. Because it'd be nice to tell the business owners, well, you don't have to pay the last quarter of your taxes because we understand that your revenue is down 40%. That's what we're going to do for you because we could afford to as a city. That's essentially, in my mind, what this is asking. Give us, a little bit of a break. You're going to get it, when the project, after the 10 years, it's going to ramp up, which I understand, but it doesn't help. You can't do it for the one person. You can't do it for another. So that's how I feel about this. And it's not that again, if we could, we would. I think the city has, through CBG and other funds, been able to contribute. I'm sure we've sent letters in support, and we can continue to do so as a council if you needed something like that, but fiscally, that's a hard ask for me at this time.
Other comments? Anyone else who's presenting tonight? You need to add anything? Only thing I would add parenthetically, I choose to say that everyone in this country talks about the housing problem. This, I think, is the first time we are actually hearing what no one has said is it's actually a form of some rent control here. Right? They only pay a certain percentage of income. And we've heard from a lot of people, like, why can't there be rent controls? You know, how much is affordable? No one can ever easily answer that question. Here we have some substantive numbers. You know, you're going to pay up to a certain point and that's it, if this is your income. So it's a nice opportunity for us to provide some rent control type apartments for people. Now, I understand and I appreciate you've said that you're coming no matter what. What I'm disappointed in that, not in your part, but in general, is that it's going to take longer. And people out there need the housing, and we're going to have this blight for a few more years. We all know what that property is. And so that's the downside of this. More time, and who knows, in several years, maybe there are different thoughts and you could walk away. I'm sure you won't. This is a reputable effort. We have one neighborhood housing in Riverside Square going along swimmingly, and other areas. This is a nice attempt to bring in some great housing for people who really, really need it.
I won't keep you, and I know you still have other agenda items. I want to thank you for moving the topic up for us. I appreciate your perspectives, and I appreciate the questions that you asked. And yeah, Council President, you're right. We are committed to this project. We want to do more work in East Providence, and you know, we are hoping that in subsequent applications for development work that we can work collaboratively. So thank you for your consideration, and onward and upward. Have a good night.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion, we do not approve a tax stabilization agreement.
Motion by Councilman Lawson to not approve the tax stabilization plan as presented.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Souza. Any further comment from anyone on the council? Madam Clerk, can you call a roll?
Councilman Fogarty?
Nay.
Councilman Lawson?
Wait a minute. We're voting against it, so I would be against it, correct?
Affirmative
All
would
right,
be.
affirmative, I'm
If
voting.
you want to go along with the councilman's motion, you would vote aye.
Just wanted to clarify that.
And if you want to not approve of it, you would vote nay. Right. I think Councilman knew what he was doing. He's voting nay.
So you're voting for?
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure that we're safe. So I'm against, I'm an aye to not approve.
Right.
Council
Continue.
Vice President Rigo?
Aye.
Councilwoman Sousa?
Aye.
Council President Rodrick?
A nay. So the motion passes 3-2 to not go forward with this. Thank you, everybody, for your time. Those of you who came out, and
Thank you.
Solicitor Conley, thank you. Thank my colleagues. Let's get back to the regular agenda.
Dylan, we're going to table, so I think you're done, right, buddy? Oh, yeah, that's right.
No, the zoning is still.
Well, not the presentation. What's that? Yeah, we're going to table that presentation. Yeah. Yeah, you can get home to your family, buddy.
Thank you.
An ordinance and amendment of Chapter 19 of the revised ordinances of the City of East Providence, Rhode Island, 1998, as amended entitled zoning. Summary, Chapter 19, amend the use table to modify the zoning districts in which hotels and motels are allowed, and the creation of new special permit criteria for hotels and motels. Motion to table is in order.
Whoa, 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 whoa. No, there was a presentation from Dylan. That we don't need the full presentation.
We're on page 6.
Am I lost?
Item 1.
Page 6 under public hearings.
Oh, yeah. I'm ready to approve. Yeah, they gave us what we wanted. So
Yeah.
I make a motion to approve.
There was,
Oh, so we're tabling it. I'm sorry, buddy.
Motion by Councilman Lawson to
The table.
table, second by,
Table to the exact date. It's May
May-
7th. Yeah.
so the motion.
Motion to table to May 7th.
Sec-
I'm totally amazed. I mean, we had this in January. We said what we wanted. Had to go back to the planning board. I mean, we're still the final decision makers here.
Well, we got the explanation. Planning, we got to,
I just don't understand.
An error was made in the posting.
It's frustrating.
I understand it's frustrating, but I will assure you that if it's not posted properly.
Yeah. No, we get that.
Yeah.
This is why the projects take forever, because there's always something going on.
That we couldn't, we can't post something right. I mean, that's the frustrating part. We gave the direction. I'm just amazed, you know, and Rick's asking about projects and talking about things and, hey, you can't even post something right. It's not a good look for the.
is that a second?
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's-
Motion's been made, seconded. Council Vice President Rego, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have. Thank you. And we got that date, right? It was,
May 7th.
okay, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Next.
Standing item, discuss impact of Washington Bridge closure in the City of East Providence City Council.
It's a standing item. Does anyone have anything new to say?
Well, not so much on the closures, but the effects of the closure or it's discussing the impact. So, I know I spoke a couple of weeks ago about the request that was made months ago to have striping of the Broadway from Grosvenor to Freeborn and a signage, and that's still, as of this morning and tonight, is still not done. I'm not quite sure if the request has gotten to the Department of Transportation so that it can be done. I mean, it seems like a very simple, quick ask to restripe, but I know down at Waterfront Drive in that Massasoit area, that was asked for, and it took about 9 months to get it restriped, but they did it. So I'm just wondering if in the next 2 years, anybody's going to stripe this road so that cars are in their lanes and traveling safely down the Broadway.
Thanks, Councilwoman. I'm not sure if you received the email, but the mayor and DPW Director Borges have been in constant contact with RIDOT.
Have not.
It was sent, I think the same day that you had reached out. So they were they've been in constant contact with RIDOT and talking about the striping. Unfortunately, due to the weather, rain, cold, ice, whatnot, the contractor was not able to get this on their schedule. But that day when you had reached out, the mayor did contact DOT, and we were assured by the contractor that they would begin the project this week. So that was the same day as your outreach, or the following week, weather permitting. So that would be this week that we're in or next week. According to the DOT, as told to the mayor, they cannot paint the roads when the temperature is not in their favor. So it's weather permitting. If it's not, if they can't stripe it, if it's not, I don't know what kind of weather, because I'm not an engineer. The good news, in addition to that, is the DOT is going to be putting up all the signage themselves. They're picking up the cost for all the striping and the signage. And in addition, the mayor has noticed like some previous striping that has faded. And the DOT also said that they're going to restripe those lines as well, using that durable epoxy. And they agreed to schedule that in the future. So
Tell them next week is in the 60s.
So
right.
can we just I mean, I don't know what the conversation is or what DOT plans, but there should be on either side of Broadway, 2 lanes traveling north and south. So right now we have parking lane, but there's no parking in certain sections.
Yeah, so that was exactly what was relayed to them, that same conversation. So the signage, the striping, that same day that you reached out, if you look for an email from Marlene, I think Marlene responded. So if you look for an email from Marlene on that day, and it was just exactly what I just provided to you.
Thank you for that up.
And just speaking of DOT, you had asked also about the lighting in that area around the Rotary. So Director Borges has been in touch with DOT on that topic as well. So that whole area is shifting, obviously, as they're in construction. But we did relay some.
It's just so dark, especially when you're taking that turn to come up towards Waterman Avenue. I mean, you can literally hit the curb because you don't see it. It's so black.
I know we saw some lamps. I don't know if they're on yet. I haven't taken a ride at night. Maybe
There's
I'll
been
look
plenty
over.
of light fixtures.
Yeah, they're just not
I
on
think
yet.
they're on. Last night, I was
You
going
did.
through that area and it was lit. There are still some that are needed as you go.
You talking the black poles? Yeah, the decorative looking ones.
Yeah. I don't know if you recall there.
I don't know if they're
There was some
decorative, but
theft
lights
of
were on.
wiring
last night, the
too,
black
lighting
poles.
that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not regular light, like telephone
Right.
pole lights.
But they need like street standing light, right? Instead of going straight down Waterfront where you curve to the left to go onto Waterman, there's multiple little islands there and no lighting. And the striping there was like,
It's still far from done. Yeah.
Are you all set? In regards to, there is not a light anymore at the corner of Dexter and Massasoit, and there were protection barriers, and I've sent an email to Director Borges to have DOT take down the protective barriers that are out in front of an establishment. It doesn't help the establishment, and it also would help with the traffic flow if those barriers come down.
Council Vice
It's in
President,
front of
mind forwarding that?
It's in front of Honeybird.
Honeybird, okay.
I
I
was
believe
trying
that was
not-
already.
I was trying not to promote a business, but I will promote a business, you know.
So it's protective barriers you're
Yeah,
saying
there
that
were
are.
protective barriers that were around the poles and
Junctions.
traffic lights gone, but the barriers are still there and it's causing that. And the one thing that I see, and I spoke to the mayor about, is that when you do take the right turn, when you're coming from Massasoit or coming from Rumford and taking the right turn and go over Henderson, what's happening is people are cutting and they're going like towards further down on Massasoit Avenue and cutting down towards Waterfront, and they're taking a sharp turn, and there are people who are obeying the law. I mean, there's something, hopefully DOT can come up with an answer that way, because you're taking the right turn and then all of a sudden you got people that are, you know, doing a large.
And the configuration that's there now, as you probably could
Yeah.
see from that virtual clip that the mayor had shared, it's not going to remain that way. They're going to elevate some of the, some of the.
Just a little right now, if there's somewhere to stop it, I know that, but the barriers would be from an aesthetic standpoint, as well as it would help with the flow of traffic and having people take a right turn down Dexter Road and everything, it would help.
We'll check to see if those are ours or DOT or who put it up. They're DOT. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Communications Director, Project Management and Communications, Patricia Rossetti.
Moving right along, so we have we're excited to announce we're going to have the Kent Nut Heights Recreation Facility groundbreaking. That's April 15th. I want to say 10 a.m. Oh, yeah, it is 10 a.m. Okay. So we're working with the architect and the landscaper on that for that day. In addition, I just want to make an update here so that we are working on a tree planting for the grant funding that we received. I think it was $750,000 for trees, which we were very excited about. We are working with our congressional delegation, Senator Reed's office, to plant some trees at Riverside Middle School on Arbor Day, or actually on the 24th. And I know that on our communications, it says 9 a.m. That's actually going to be at 10:30 a.m. So I'll be able to send out an invite to all of you, but if you want to mark your calendars for that day.
Patricia, just a quick question. So is that new monies, the 75,000, or is that part of?
Well, it was 750,000.
750,000.
Yeah, that was announced. It was part of a grant. Was it, Keith, was it USDA? USDA. So that was, it was a
Recently?
700. Yes, we announced it. We put it on the website. It was announced by the USDA. We
How
shared.
long, do we have a time limit to spend, to plant? Is it over a course of so many years?
Right. I'll have to double check the actual language.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you're working with the tree commission, with
Well, Johanna's been leading the charge on this, so I'd imagine.
them
so,
to
but I'll
get some
check with her.
input, because I know we have a lot of hot spots in the city that needed some tree planting. So that would be, and I know that the stuff in Riverside, the Crescent Park, there was talks about some removal of trees because of building. So those would be a great place to put
Lumberjack
additional
law.
trees, since we have the funds and tree appropriate for the area, and making sure that. And now, can some of those funds go for maintenance? Because I know one of the issues with the planting of all the trees is, are we keeping up with, the first few years of a tree's life are the most delicate. So
Watering
it's
them.
not advantageous to getting this money and then planting these trees only for them to die within a season or two.
We don't want that. I will double check. I'll
Thank
check
you.
on the maintenance. I'm not sure. I'll have to read through it again or talk with Johanna, unless you know. Want to come to? And then the last part of mayor communications is Malcolm. I think he just walked away temporarily.
Well, I was just going to add that just because it's a multi-year project, that there's some maintenance I know is involved, because if you plant the tree on year one, that would be part of it. I'm not sure how it works going forward after that. And while I'm here, another event to add is next Tuesday, April 9th, 6 p.m. at the Senior Center. We're having a public community conversation about the topic of inclusionary zoning as a way to add affordable housing to the community, to explore that issue with the public. If any of the council members want to attend that. Thank you. It's Tuesday, April 9th, 6 p.m. at the Senior Center.
Thank you. Next item.
Does the council have anything on the financial reports?
No, it was Easter weekend. We didn't have time to parse through that data, so.
Solicitors report, reports of other city officials, solicitors report, request for public comment regarding potential nuisance at 400 Newport Avenue, Rumford Motor Inn, for Attorney General investigation pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 10-1-1 and Rhode Island General Law 11-30-1. Correspondence may be sent by any private citizen to the city clerk at jsepa@eastprovidenceri.gov. And then DPW Director Daniel Borges vote to approve handicap parking request 41 Apulia Street.
Make a motion, we approve.
Motion made, Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
This is what I was talking about tabling. I apologize.
Apology accepted.
I apologize.
So review of zoning and planning changes as a result of state mandates. January 1st, 2024 is being tabled.
Yeah, so the reason we're tabling it is, I talked to Dylan and he's saying this presentation is like an hour and a half. I said, is it a PowerPoint stuff? He goes, yeah. I said, can you email it to us? Let us pass through it. And then we'll be better prepared if we need to have, yeah.
Right.
Unless you guys want to sit for an hour and a half tonight.
Nope.
So that's why,
A motion
that's
to
why
table?
I make a motion, we table it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Madam Clerk, did you get the second in the motion on that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you.
Report of school committee liaison.
So as we know, school committee, meet, I believe, once a month. And the only thing I'm going to talk about tonight is these resolutions coming up. A lot of them deal with school funding. And I mean, we're going to get to them as they go, but I don't have a specific report tonight relating to the EP schools, other than just like the Fire Chief Carey mentioned, 3.5%. Schools are going to have an increase as well. So there's a reason why we didn't feel comfortable with the tax break, because we're hearing about all these financial things coming down the road. So I'll wait to do the resolutions till they come up. We'll just do them in order, but
I would just add,
you.
Councilman, that there are still schools in the city that are hosting Reading Week the month of April. So
are they still going on?
if you're still interested,
Yeah.
Hennessy and White Neck, I know, are hosting Reading Week the next couple of weeks. So if you're interested, feel free to reach out.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Extra? Okay. Next item, we'll go on to some resolution.
That's all, yeah.
Resolution urging the General Assembly to lower the high-cost special education categorical fund to 3% and providing full funding in the future. Sponsor, Councilman Lawson.
So this was a piggyback from, I forget the town that sent this. There's other communities that are reaching out, urging the members of General Assembly. I won't go into the weeds because school funding, the formulas, it give you a headache. But basically, there's a thing called the core instructional amount, and it funds education costs. And basically, the governor is looking to lower the caps. Am I going right? Yeah, he wants to cap it at a certain amount, which is local education agencies would realize a $26 million reduction in formula aid. So this resolution is in support, saying that we urge the General Assembly to maintain the CIA funding to the appropriate, to the existing levels. Not even asking to raise, just that it be maintained.
Motion to approve.
Motion, motion by Councilwoman Souza, seconded by
Second.
Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have that. 5-0. Next.
Resolution in support of healthy school meals for all / universal free school meals. Sponsor, Councilman Lawson.
All right. So I was one of those kids that stood in line outside the administration office waiting for my reduced lunch token. This is basically a state initiative that wants to fund meals for kids in all schools in Rhode Island. The number I saw was $25 million total, and that's out of a $14 million budget for the state. So I am asking my fellow council members to support this resolution in support of all universal free school meals for all school kids, regardless of ability to pay. So even families that can afford, we'll just take away the stigma and just, we're going to provide meals. This is also, we know a lot of families with food insecurity. This is also a push for healthy food as well. I know we all grew up on tater tots and pizza rectangles,
And it
Elio's,
also-
yeah.
And it also, as you said, eliminates that stigma, whether your parents make a lot of money or don't make any money, kids should get a lunch.
Correct.
And it costs, you talk about school department expenses, they hire individuals to just work on who gets a reduced, who gets a free, who has to pay. And then they've got to chart it all. And then the state reports are just cumbersome. So
I agree.
overall, I think with a lot of the things the state is doing, they can afford to
25 million out of 14 billion. Like I said, budget's a set of priorities.
and this isn't binding on us. This is a vote of support. Is that a motion to approve?
Yes, sir. Make a motion to approve.
Seconded by Council Vice President Rego. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next.
Resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract with Communication Systems, Inc. for the installation of security cameras and support equipment in the resident hallways of the East Providence Housing Authority buildings. Sponsor, Council President Rodrick.
I think you read the heading, and this total project is funded with Community Development Block Grant Funds, $128,940. And these cameras, security equipment is just in the resident hallways only of housing authority properties, not in rooms, not in restrooms, not outside, not looking at streets.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilman Fogarty to approve.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract with Third Millennium Communications, Inc. for the installation of a cable system to support the Wi-Fi and security cameras at the East Providence Housing Authority. Council President Roberts.
It's kind of part two to what we just supported. Motion by Councilman
Second.
Fogarty, seconded by Councilman Lawson to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
I just have a question. What is the
Funding?
housing authority going to be paying for the maintenance and the annual fee for these security cameras?
I don't know that. It's funded by the.
Yeah, they're federally funded.
CDBG
housing.
They're
grants.
paying. Okay.
So,
It's not
yeah.
an expense that we're incurring.
No, I believe these, because we got down in Riverside, it's Harborview.
Harborview and
We have
City View.
City View, and is it Rumford Tower?
And, no, Rumford
Our
Towers.
tower
is
is
private.
Rumford Center.
The other one there, City View,
Is that Goldsmith?
Goldsmith.
So we got three housing that the Fed government.
Yep.
We ask
Just like when the generators went out, they took care of fixing it.
Exactly.
Same thing here.
Yep.
Next item.
Resolution authorizing the mayor to purchase a roll-off truck for the Department of Public Works Highway Division. Sponsor Council President Rodrick and Council Vice President Rego.
We have approved this prior. Now, this is the follow-up approval to do the actual purchase.
Motion.
Second.
No funds too?
It's, price is
It went up.
$219,766. And that was approved on March 19th, 2024. And so now this is the actual purchase.
And, you know, this says 95 in residual capital funds, so we probably do want to get a update on all these projects, because if there's money that could be moved around, I mean, we just talked about some playground stuff tonight,
Yeah.
so.
Moving the unencumbered funds. to-
Exactly, yeah. I'll make a motion, we approve.
Motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Council Vice President Rego. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract with Pawtucket Hot Mix Asphalt for the reconstruction of cement sidewalks and curbing along Lyon Avenue and around Agnes B. Hennessy Elementary School. Sponsor Council President Rodrick and Councilwoman Souza.
No, Councilwoman Souza has been forefront of this. If you want to comment on this. or-
Yeah, so this, again, is something that's been talked about as part of that initial street and sidewalk repair that started almost 8 years ago with previous councils. One of the more important areas that I've always fought for were our school and playground sidewalks, so that students and staff have safe access to and from schools along with the park areas. So I'm very excited that we were able to acquire some funds through the CBG to be able to continue the work in our elementary schools and parks.
Councilwoman Souza moves approval. It is
Second.
$350,000, as she said, community development block grants, seconded by Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Resolution in support of the Litter Free Rhode Island campaign. Sponsor Council President Rodrick.
I'll move, we approve,
Second.
unless you want to.
No, motion by Councilman Lawson, second by Councilwoman Souza. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Make sure to
Resolution,
recycle. Said make sure to recycle.
Resolution in support of passage 87543 and S-2565 related to the timing of payments by the state of the cost of the basic program under Rhode Island General Law 16-7-17. Sponsor, Council Vice President Rego.
Councilman, do you want to add to this, or it is,
We just, we're
we're just
we're just looking to get into.
getting to the same timing as the rest of the communities?
Exactly, yeah, we're behind on.
So our fiscal year not being synced throws everything out of whack. Everything. And this is basically just, we don't get paid monthly from, right, is it RIDE? Or the State Department of Education,
Right, yep.
like every other community. We, for some reason, I don't know how our fiscal year got out of sync, but that's definitely something. I mean, we still got 2 years, 9 months.
Decades ago, and it's millions to correct, so
Yeah.
it's not going to happen this year.
So this is in support of bills that our state reps wrote. So.
Yeah, so
Second.
motion's been made and seconded, motion made by
Second.
Councilman Rigo, seconded by Councilwoman Souza and Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Resolution in opposition to House Bill 7062 relating to accessory dwelling units. Sponsor, Council Vice President Rego.
This time, Mr. President, I move that we table it based on the information I've received as a revised bill up at the State House right now that would fit some of the questions that I had, and I think the fellow council people had. So,
And you had conversations with Rep. Kazarian and others? Okay. So motion is made to defer. There a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract with O'Brien and Sons for the installation of accessible playground equipment at the Kent Heights Recreational Facility. Sponsor, Councilman Fogarty.
I move passage on this.
Councilman Fogarty moves passage, seconded by Council Vice President Rego. All in favor?
So the only question I got is, so O'Brien, in the thing, it says they don't use union labor. I just want to make sure that we got qualified people, that they're getting paid a fair wage, that this company's been vetted. So we're all good with that? Okay.
Yeah, what we heard earlier is that they've been successful with the city.
Okay.
Yep.
If Frank says it's good, I'm good.
The
You got it, buddy.
funded with ARPA, and anyway, it was,
And to be clear, some of this equipment is for the special needs kids, like glider swings for chairs and stuff. Have we seen the actual, what we're buying for equipment yet?
there is a list,
And did I miss that? I'm sorry, Patricia, if I missed that.
yeah, we have,
I
So I
apologize.
just, because I think to
there's
the
quite a list here. if you
where
want.
it says
Came in
accessible
within the docket.
versus inclusive is, what I've learned
least-
different today. So if we can,
The plant during the, I believe it was during the, goodness, I don't know if it was the March 5th meeting. I think it was council, Jill and I talked about this. There was questions on the type of equipment. So I did forward the presentation to the council president, I want to say, and I've since forwarded to Jill.
To the council.
The whole council, it was in the docket. I had the 3 or 4 pages with specific.
Yeah, I apologize again,
okay,
Easter
yeah.
weekend.
Yep, yep.
no worries.
There's
It is a
several.
list of stuff. I just have to Google it to see what they look like. Just want to make sure that they're.
There's a presentation that was forwarded.
Okay.
It's in your email. It has all the graphics of all the equipment. Yeah.
And they're all pretty in color too.
So that was a motion and a second. I think we voted,
Yep.
right? So did you get the unanimous vote on that, Madam Clerk? All set? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second? Or do
Well, we
we?
did that, but
Aye.
we can do it again. Motion by Councilwoman Souza, seconded. Yeah, Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No.
2 more.
I mean, there are no opposition. 5-0, it passes.
2 more.
Getting tired. Next item.
Adjourn.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, no.
Did I miss Lion Ave sidewalks and
Yes, that was Councilwoman Souza, Hull Street, and, how did I miss that?
Did I?
Getting an Easter bunny.
In, East Providence, High School girls softball started. They unfortunately, I won't say who the umpire was. It was a questionable call,
Oh,
and we did not prevail.
Your TV's off.
Boys,
Frank hits the little kids with technicals in CYO basketball.
boys baseball won their first game when that umpire was not there. Their motion to adjourn,
Motion to adjourn.
Councilman Lawson, seconded by umpire Fogarty. All in favor?